Copy that. Nice work with the APFR. You can go back and retrieve the RBV and crew lock bag and stow it on your BRT.
Copy. Good work.
You just heard the ground talk to Roger Tari about the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint. It looks like Tari's got it installed onto the robotic arm and has now been instructed to get his tool bag so he can go off to the RBVM work site. Meanwhile, Matthias Maher is working to route an Ethernet cable. He's doing that in support of a later task in the spacewalk to install a wireless access port capable HD camera. This is a camera that's mounted to the outside of the space station. We've been upgrading the cameras as we've gone, the last two being installed in January of 2021.
BRT rat got wrapped around my camera here, so I'm just working on untangling that really far. Attach it to the crew lock bag.
Copy that. No hurry.
While our space rockers go on with their tasks, Roger Tari connecting the portable foot restraint to the robotic arm and Matthias Maher routing some Ethernet cables, I thought we could take some Ask NASA questions. Again, if you have a question about our operations today, be sure to head over to Twitter and use hashtag AskNASA to submit your question. I have one from Bob here on Twitter who's asking, did the ammonia's hose cause a problem during the spacewalk? So no, it didn't cause a problem during a spacewalk, but we found that the ammonia was leaking from one of the hoses. So that radiator had to be turned off because the hoses were removed in a spacewalk in 2018. So that all went well, and the hose was brought back to the ground and refurbished and sent back up. But in the meantime, the radiator had to be turned off. Fortunately, the space station has 6 radiators, so it was still able to cool the space station down. Again, kind of like the radiator of your car works to cool down your engine. So we had 5 other ones fully functional, and then replacing the hoses today just improves our capability for that.
Copy, Matthias, 3807.
With the radiator. What module is that? Just for my essay? It's T3. Copy, thanks. With the radiator.
Roger, we see you preparing for ingress. One double check on the safety tether pack that's on the arm. Can you verify that the reel is unlocked? I believe I heard you call that, but please verify the reel is unlocked.
Yep, that's both unlocked.
Copy, thank you. Roger, we see you preparing for ingress. One double check on the safety tether pack that's on the arm. Can you verify that the reel is unlocked? I believe I heard you call that, but please verify the reel is unlocked.
Yep, that's both unlocked.
Copy, thank you.
The space station is now in an orbital daytime, flying over the South Pacific Ocean. You can see astronaut Rajachari egressing or getting aboard the Canadarm2, also known as the space station's robotics arm now. He'll be working to get into the portable foot restraint, which is what will attach him to the arm. NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron will be inside of the space station at the controls.
We copy. We copy. Go for the maneuver to RBVM back off.
Tom, I'm going to go to the RBVM back off position. I've got my tethers picked up from the ISS side. We'll go on the ingress handle and my left eye clear.
We copy. We copy. Go for the maneuver to RBVM back off.
And the maneuver is about to begin. With a go from our flight director here, Rajachari is good to move to the work site at the controls of Caleb Barron and Tom Marshburn.
Estimated speed and direction.
Roger, we're starting motion. 4 meters, station forward.
And speed, I would say like maybe half a meter per minute.
Matthias, we copy. If you were able to tell, could you estimate speed and direction?
It's going straight in idea. And
we copy.
speed, I would say like maybe half a meter per minute. A bit faster.
Roger, half meter to go.
Meters per minute. That's straight in idea.
And we copy.
Half meter to go. Roger, 20 centimeters to go.
Copy.
And Matthias, for your departure rate, was that half a meter per
As we
second?
wait to see motion on the robotic arm with Rajachari on board. Meanwhile, on another part of the International Space Station, astronaut Matthias Marr is about 3 wire ties away from completing his task. As soon as he's done, he'll begin to...
Matthias, for your departure rate, was that half a meter per second?
Roger, stand by as we set up for the first of 3 JOCASs.
Copy. 3 JOCASs. Standing by.
Once Matthias Marr is done with his task, he will retrace his steps across the handrails back to the Zeta cart where they began.
Roger, stand by as we set up for the first of 3 JOCASs.
Copy. 3 JOCASs. And I actually have a visual on you, Matthias, so I see where you're at. Okay.
Roger, we're starting motion, 7 meters, station zenith. Your head will be facing starboard and zenith. When we're done, we're in course rates.
Copy. Got my destination in sight.
Roger, we're starting motion, 7 meters, station zenith. Your head will be facing starboard and zenith. When we're done, we're in course rates.
Oh, yeah. Copy. Got my destination in sight. You got the transport.
And he's off. Robotic arm operator Tom Marshburn just confirmed with Rajachari that he is in motion.
Copy. 38
Oh, my left shoulder.
and we're excited that Raja is having a chance
Look
to
at
fly
you.
the
You got
smooth
the
and
transport.
friendly skies of Kayla and Tom.
That's around me. Way better than business class. Flight time would be 3804.
Copy. 3804. And we're excited that Raja is having a chance to fly the smooth and friendly skies of Kayla and Tom.
That's around me. Way better than business class.
Chari is now on the robotic arm in flight to his workstation today. Just crossed over the southern tip of Argentina as he had a second to take a break and enjoy the ride.
Roger, while you're on the arm, there's a few get-ahead steps that you can perform. Retrieving the GoPro from the crew lock bag and powering it on. You can verify the light is blinking and stow it on your mini workstation facing out.
Roger, we are starting motion, 8 meters aft,
Roger,
3
while
meters
you're on
nadir,
the
you'll
arm,
be facing the
there's
thrust.
a few get-ahead steps that you can perform, retrieving the GoPro from the crew lock bag and powering it on. You can verify the light is blinking and stow it on your mini workstation facing out.
Roger, we are starting motion, 8 meters aft, 3 meters nadir, you'll be facing the truss.
Copy. You said I can go ahead and turn it on, Stephanie, now? So it runs?
That's affirmed.
The Canadarm2 is still in motion with Rajachari on board. He's doing a couple of get-ahead tasks like powering on a GoPro that he brought with him. Provides the ground the opportunity to get an astronaut's view of what they'll be working on today. Meanwhile, Matthias Marr is working on to install the Ethernet cable to the last handrail. As soon as he's done with that, he'll retrace his steps and head back to the CETA cart, where more equipment awaits him.
You can see the UHF antenna, I'm clear of that. GoPro's on, the UHF antenna, I'm clear of that. Getting the cap keeper out as well. I think what I saw Sonya do is still her MWSM detector, so I'll try that.
Roger, your last transmission was a bit
GoPro's
broken.
on.
I believe you said you've got the GoPro on, and now you're
Cap
working
keeper out as well.
the cap keeper.
I think what I saw Sonya do is still her MWSM detector, so I'll keep her on the mini workstation, but leaving it right into the crew lock bag.
Copy that. Roger, your last transmission was a bit broken. I believe you said you've got the GoPro on, and now you're working the cap keeper.
That's a good copy. Yep, I'm putting the cap keeper on the mini workstation, but leaving it right into the crew lock bag.
Copy that.
All right, I can see the work site.
Copy, Roger. You have the work site in place. I'm getting some snaps, and when convenient,
I can see the work site.
Have check for me.
Map is dry as it was when it came out.
Copy, Roger. You have the work site in place. I'm getting some snaps, and when convenient, we'll take a glove and have check from you.
Map is dry as it was when it came out.
Dry hop and smudge on your right knuckle.
Maybe a new smudge on my right major finger at the first knuckle.
PET
Otherwise,
is currently 2 hours, 4 minutes. Limiting consumable is EV2 Medox, 7 hours, 30 minutes. Copy, dry hop and smudge on your right knuckle for glove and hap checks. PET is currently 2 hours, 4 minutes. Limiting consumable is EV2 Medox, 7 hours, 30 minutes.
I'm at 136.85. It's right below the right track, and that's the one, the cloud and half track from EV2, attaching the cable here. For half track, down here.
3685. And Roger, Matthias will get those after you're done. I could also read to you now.
I'm at 136.85.
And for Robo, Raja, You are standby 1, Stephanie. Roger, we are in burns. You're going to be moving 2 meters later, a little bit forward, starting motion.
Copy 3685. And for Roger, there are a couple of cautions I could also read to you now. For those 2 cautions, do not
and for Robo, Raja, you are standby 1, Stephanie. Roger, we are in burns. You're going to be moving 2 meters later, a little bit forward, starting motion.
Regular.
And for those 2 cautions, do not translate on radiator beam and avoid cyclic loading. P-clamp standoff and radiator cinch bolt protrude into work envelope. Do not contact with helmet bubble.
Mar is now working on connecting the very last of his Ethernet cables to the handrails. The ground crew here just confirmed that the amount of slack looks good, so he followed the path correctly and will have plenty of margin for connecting the camera later on. He's going to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, Rajachari is almost at his work site. He's got it in his sights, and Tom Marshburn relayed to him that motion will begin once again to get him the rest of the way there.
Get my crew lock bag over to my right side here. Sunny had done that, but it looks like it might work pretty well here. This is the brake track. Fixing the remaining cables.
Copy, Matthias, and also copy, Raja. And as you're configuring the crew lock bag, you can also check other tethers and tools are clear and your ingress aid tucked.
Ingress aid is tucked in.
Copy.
My crew lock bag is set off to the right. It is clear of the radiator, which I can see off to my right. When we go to the other side, I'll definitely remind me to move it back to my left side because it will be close at that point. But and Stephanie, cable is stowed, and attached, the remaining slack is attached to the brake track. I was now picking up my way back to pick up my green hook. It's Columbus.
And we copy. Nice work with this cable routing, and we'll take a glove and help check from you.
Okay.
And for Raja, we are go for the GCA to publish 65 centimeters body in, and make sure your body and your APFR are clear.
Copy. I've got the clearance, so I can see the boot plate if I bend over. If you wind up needing to look at that. Is that come over the radiator and see if go ahead with any comm you need? Yeah, quickly. I have this dry my class like initially, no changes. I mean, back to you, okay, copy. You got your translation path. If you don't need any words on where you're going next.
And copy.
Sounds good. And Tom, copy. Yay, and I'm. Stephanie, anything else before we start the GCA?
Nothing additional. Please proceed.
All right. Okay, Tom, start GCA.
Starting motion, body in.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion. Centimeters to go.
Okay. Boot plate is clear of the truss and the jumpers. I cannot clear the boot plate to the radiator. I can't see that clearance. Can I clear my head to the radiator? That's good. After the
see the boot plate. To go. We have you cleared by parallax, 2 camera views.
Yep, I'm clear of this handoff.
Copy, clear.
Continue.
To mate F141 to mic 1 on the inboard side.
Yes, I'm doing fine. I'm at the seat pad, working my way around. Yes, I'm doing fine. I'm at the seat pad, working my way around. Exactly. I got bail. Numbered in. 141 in my hand. Looking at M1. I've got the bail at 12 o'clock. Yes, numbered in. That's the 141 in my hand. Looking at M1. For next words. And if the bail at 12 o'clock before we go and drink QD blocks. That's the docking lever lock. Ready for next words. Do you have any other things you need to talk about before we go and drink QD blocks? No, there's nothing from my side. I'm at the card, opening the bag as agreed, and then I will make my way to Columbus.
Roger for the main step. Inspect the female QD for debris or damage. That sounds good, Matthias. Roger for the mate steps. Inspect the female QD for debris or damage.
No debris or damage? Button is up.
Verify QD is ready to mate by checking detent button up.
Board white band not visible. Board white band is not visible.
I heard you report the locking colors in the locked position. Check board white band not visible.
Board white band is not visible.
Assess and counteract side loads prior to mate and mate the QD.
It is mated. Board white band is visible.
Copy. Perform snapback test.
So Chari is now working to install the first of the two hoses that he'll be installing between the radiator and the radiator beam valve module.
Snapback test.
Check forward white band visible.
Since our hoses have two sides, he's first working on the radiator beam valve module side.
Check forward white band visible.
Pull test.
Perform visual gap test. Perform pull test.
Pull test.
Perform visual gap test.
No gap, right up against the thread.
Copy. That's a good mate. You can
No gap,
remove the
right up
red
against the
from the
thread.
bail. And if you're able to, place P782. Copy. That's a good mate. You can remove the ret from the bail. And if you're able to, place P782 and the Zenith inboard TA clamp.
Zenith, it looks like it's also the more inboard one. Is that
And we just confirmed that the first side of the first hose has been properly mated or installed.
Zenith
looks like
and
it's also
inboard.
the more inboard one. Is that correct? Or should it be the more outboard one?
He's working with standard male-female connectors, also referred to as jack and plug connectors. He first mated the 1-inch jumper on the RBVM side, and then he's going to move on to his second jumper. Then the robotic arm will move Chari just slightly over to the radiator side and connect the other end of the hoses.
Underneath the MLI here for shading.
Copy.
To released. To released. Okay. Done.
Next is the 3/4 inch jumper.
3-4, I believe. Copy. F140 to M2. Done.
Good word. Next is the 3/4 inch jumper.
3-4, I believe. Copy. F140 to M2. I'm doing good.
Good word.
Picking out the bags and trying to transfer the
Chari just reported that he's going to move on and start working on the second hose that he's connecting to the radiator beam valve module side. Again, he'll be switching over to the radiator side and doing the same thing on the other side as soon as he's done.
This is the bundle that you will be picking up afterwards. Okay? A few seconds to clean up these wire ties before I try to take this.
Copy that.
A few seconds to clean up these wire ties before I try to take this.
Copy that.
First bag is on my VRT. Also the VRT red is attached to it, and I disconnected now from the P4 bag.
Copy that, Matthias. You'll translate to the green hook location on the lab, and your green hook handrail is at 263.
Okay. So maybe split. So everything's clear. Then I get moving.
Maurer is all done routing his Ethernet cables and made his way back to the CETA cart. He grabbed a different bag of tools and is now about to go on his way to the Destiny module, also known as the US lab, on his tour of the space station today, and he's going to stow some equipment there. He'll grab a cable adapter from his bag and then make his way a short distance over to the far end of the European Space Agency's Columbus module. Maurer is en route now.
Yes, I'm going to take the comm for some heat block. Okay, if you're ready. Yep. Killer sounds like Matthias is in a good spot, so ready for QD blocks. M2 to F140.
Copy the mate F141. I'm sorry, F140 to M2. The bail also goes to 12 o'clock. You can inspect the QD for debris or damage.
Inspected, no damage on the female side.
Verify the QD is ready to mate by checking the detemp button up.
The button is up and the locking collar is unlocked, and the forward light band is not visible.
Copy. Assess and counteract side loads and mate the QD.
Okay.
The hose that you see on screen now will have ammonia flowing through it to help cool down the space station from the heat of the onboard electronics.
It's mated. Forward white band is visible.
Perform snapback test and check forward white band visible.
Snapback test, forward white band is visible, and I do not see a gap between it. I can see the threads up against the collar.
Copy. Good gap test. Perform pull test.
Good pull test as well.
Chari just confirmed that he has the jumpers attached to the radiator beam valve module side. This is the second hose that he's attaching, and just confirmed that he did it and did a series of checks to confirm that it was good.
Copy. Let's back the bag, working on the TA close.
You may hear some technical chatter between our ground IV Stephanie Wilson with our spacewalkers today. When she says mate F140 to M2, that's technical speak, just meaning that Chari is go to attach the female side to the male side, ensuring a good connection.
That handle 263.
Copy that.
And I believe I stowed the bag on 259.
That's affirmed. Papa Zulu bag goes to 259.
Inward. This is TA Cloud.
And Matthias, could you hold your position, please? We're checking something in our camera view.
The safety tether rotating. I think it's pick Roger safety tether, and that should be clear now. Not 3 knots. I'm clear now.
Matthias, nicely done. Please continue.
Mar is now at the Destiny module, or the US lab, and he's going to be stowing some equipment there so that he could make his way over to the European Space Agency's Columbus module.
Copy, Roger. The next for you is to work with Kayla and Tom on the next arm position. Let me check in.
Once on Columbus, his goal is to install a jumper that supplies power and data from Columbus to the Bartolomeo Science platform. He'll be working on the Columbus module's exterior for about a half an hour.
Before that.
I believe the next one is just a go maneuver, but
and you're right, Roger. Why don't you get the arm ops in work?
Okay, and ready for your work? Copy, yeah. Kayla, Tom, you
and you're right, Roger. Go ahead. Why don't you get the arm ops in work?
Okay, and
Okay, stand by for motion, 65 centimeters, body up.
You are go for the move to the radio back off position. My tools and tethers are clear.
Okay, stand by for motion, 65 centimeters, body up.
Chari was previously working on the radiator beam valve module side, and now he's going to be moving on the robotic arm just slightly to the other side of the hose on the radiator side.
Good motion. Good motion. I guess I'm going to start moving it. I guess I'm going to motion away from the ORU. Start moving it.
Roger, we're starting motion now.
There's motion. Away from the ORU.
Matthias, for you, once you have the Papa ORU bag stowed, you'll retrieve the GoPro from it, power it on, stow it on your mini workstation facing out, and also retrieve the Papa's cable with a mini workstation RET. And I'll have a few cautions to read to you before you start the translation.
And the GoPro is already powered on.
Matthias, for you, once you have the Papa ORU bag
on my mini workstation, and with the bayonet, I also attached the RET, paper RET, and on my VRT RET, I have out the Papa's cable.
And also retrieve the Papa's cable. We copy the config. Then, as you're translating to Columbus, avoid contact with the lab EWC antennas, the Node 2 fluid tray hard lines, and the Node 2 CBM pedals.
Okay, and the GoPro is already powered on. I have a good.
So we'll meet you next at the Papa's worksite. And Roger, please, you have the count.
With the bayonet, all right.
Olá, sejam bem-vindos. Meu nome é Robson Rodrigues, sou repórter, editor e apresentador do canal Olhar Sideral. Se essa é a sua primeira vez aqui no canal, muito obrigado pela sua audiência. Nosso conteúdo é de informação e entretenimento sobre astronáutica, astronomia, ciência e tecnologia. Se você gosta desse tipo de conteúdo, então junte-se a nós. Nos apoie se inscrevendo aqui no canal Olhar Sideral e interaja conosco nos nossos vídeos com seus comentários. Aproveite para compartilhar, para ajudar na divulgação do canal Olhar Sideral. Não se esqueça do seu like de cada dia, hein? E também de marcar o sino de notificações para se manter informado com as nossas novas postagens. E para você, amigos e amigas inscritos aqui no canal, muito obrigado pela sua inscrição. E mantenha com a gente, fique com a gente. Hoje temos a caminhada espacial, né? 23 de maio, hoje, 23 de março de 2022, temos a caminhada espacial designada pela US EVA 18 Dois astronautas instalaram mangueiras em um módulo de válvula de feixe de radiador que direciona a amônia pelos radiadores de rejeição de calor da estação para manter os sistemas de temperatura de forma adequada. Os membros da tripulação também instalarão um cabo ID de energia e dados também na plataforma científica Bartolomeu do módulo Columbus. Substituirão também uma câmera externa na armação da estação e realizarão outras atualizações no hardware da estação. Então, continue assistindo com a gente. Mais uma vez, o nosso agradecimento especial ao apoio cultural da Itanet. Deixa eu passar para cá, deixa eu tirar aqui do modo estúdio, muito bem, agora sim. O nosso agradecimento ao apoio cultural da Itanet, a maior e a melhor rede de fibra ótica de toda a região, atendendo ao sul do Espírito Santo, norte e noroeste fluminense, região dos lagos, também chegando agora ao Grande Rio. Acesse o site www.itanet.com.br e confira os combos e as facilidades que a Itanet tem a lhe oferecer. Tem também a promoção de 200 MB mais instalação grátis por R$ 89,90 com Wi-Fi Nitro e Paramount. Também tem a promoção 600 MB instalação grátis por R$ 129,99 com Wi-Fi Nitro, Paramount, Noggin e Hero também. Acesse o site www.itanet.com.br. Mais uma vez, muito obrigado ao apoio cultural da Itanet. Vamos passar já para a próxima página. E aí vocês acompanham junto com a gente a caminhada espacial.
An arm and a half reach to the radio on my right side.
Bom, os astronautas que estão em caminhada espacial nesse momento é o Raja Shari e Matias Maurer. Eles já estão há cerca de quase 1h30, 2 horas já de caminhada espacial. E essa caminhada espacial durará 6h30. Acompanhe com a gente. Muito obrigado pela audiência de vocês. Uma ótima quarta-feira. Daqui a pouquinho a gente está
Got
de
a
volta.
momentary loss of signal. This means that the communication is handing off from our TDRS tracking and data relay satellites. It's an array of satellites that provide data and communication, basically our visual and our audio communication with the crew. We'll be back momentarily with our live views of our spacewalkers.
I've got eyes on the cinch bolts and as well as the P-clamp standoff bracket. And so good. And Matthias, any other things you need to say here? No, I'm on Canal.
We're at the published position. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to definitely go body in some more. I can't fit my hands connectors from here.
Roger, we're ready for your GCA to publish.
So the
70
cinch bolt,
centimeters
so
body in.
That's really going to look like a conflict on your side. It's going to be really close to my left right as I come in.
GCA starting motion. Roger, we'll need you to clear your right shoulder in the radiator panel, and we're standing by for how far body in you need to go.
Yep, stand by. I'm going to reposition my crew out back.
Copy, good
Once I get in under the cinch bolt, I'm not going to be able to get to it. Let me sort this out here, how we're going to get in.
Meter to go.
Close enough. Let's see. So, maybe a little more helmet. Let's try. What I'm thinking is we'll go some body in and then maybe do some body roll to get me away from the cinch bolt. But let's just try the straight body in for now and see how that works out. I should have. I've got a whole arm to the cinch bolt right now. But I'm at least arms length away from
We're
the
at the
cap.
published
So
position. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
30 centimeters body forward. but just give me a slow rate so I can ramp it out. I can definitely go body in.
We copy 30 centimeters, body in, going slow, starting motion.
I can clear the cinch bolt, so it's really going to look like a conflict on your side. It's going to be really close to my left right as I come in.
Roger, we'll need you to clear your right shoulder in the radiator panel, and we're standing by for how far body in you need to go.
Yep, stand by. I'm going to reposition my crew outside.
Continue.
Once I get in under the cinch bolt, I'm not going to be able to get to it. Let me sort this out here. How will it get in? Close enough.
15 centimeters to go.
Copy your Bravo. Copy 15 centimeters. You continue?
Continuing.
And clear should be good. I'm able to lean right and move plate here, so cinch bolt's not a factor. Standoff's not a factor.
8 centimeters to go. Copy on clearance.
To the right radiator panel.
5 centimeters to go.
Copy. Continue.
Centimeters, Roger.
Okay, stand by. Okay, I think I can work with this. I may have to do a GCA when it comes time to move the bales, but I should be able to make them from here. What's called GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Stand by for brakes. Brakes are on, you're go to work.
Copy. All right, I think I'm getting the caps first. Go ahead.
The firm Raja, cap keeper to the caps on mic 3 and mic 4, and you can demate the caps.
I can't see the M3 and M4 labels from this vantage point here, but they are the ones that look like what I expect to see down here. Yes, it's Northwest.
15 centimeters to go.
Copy your Metaphos. Copy 15 centimeters. You continue?
Continuing.
And clear should be good. I'm able to lean right and move plate here, so cinch bolt's not a factor. Standoff's not a factor. The inboard one is off.
Copy, inboard is mic 3, and that's off. And Matthias, we see you have arrived at the Papos work site, and you're working the caps.
That's correct. Trying to remove the first cap. It's a bit on that, so I'm working it slowly.
Copy that. Slow and steady rinse the waste.
Hence no spot EMI band.
Copy, Matthias. Good inspection of P2.
And for both sides, so I'm going to mate.
We concur. Mate P2 to J2 alpha.
Three and four caps are off. Work at the GoPro survey.
Copy. Inboard is mic 3.
Copy that. 3 was definitely the hardest cap to get off. It felt like it had friction on the first, like, 3 threads worth. It was looking at probably the first one thread, trying to get it off, and then it moves on after that.
Working the caps. And we copy, and after the GoPro survey, we'd like a power cycle of your WVS.
It's on that, so I'm working it slowly.
Copy that. Slow and steady rinse the waste.
Yeah, power cycle, but I don't see a green light. You want to try it again?
Checking.
No spot EMI band.
And Roger, one more push should do it. Not a cycle, but just now it'll be a power on. Copy, Matthias. Good inspection of P2.
Okay, see a green light. And for both sides, so I'm going to make...
Copy, green light. We concur. Mate P2 to J2 alpha.
Gotta get a little more GoPro footage before the sun goes down the rest of the way. 3 and 4 caps are off. Work at the GoPro survey.
Copy that.
M3 was definitely the hardest cap to get off. It felt like it had restriction on the first, see a little bit of residue flake type stuff on M3. Red, try to like the 11 o'clock position if you're looking at it. ISS.
And we copy. And
4 being 12 o'clock.
GoPro survey, like a power cycle of your WVS.
Takes in that one, and then on M4, little one at about 9 o'clock, and then again about 12 o'clock, but all very small. Nothing that came loose when I undid the caps.
And we copy the words. Thanks for the report. I'm 1 minute, 20 seconds from a handover, but I'll get the caution in, and then we'll pick up the mate on the other side. After opening a valve, limit torques at the QD interface to prevent twisting and open QD valve. Not a cycle, but just now it'll be a power on.
Hooray, Purpose is connected. Make the total center. I was struggling with that one.
Copy, Matthias. Nice work. Nice work.
Gotta get a little more GoPro footage before the sun goes down the rest of the way. Copy the caution, Stephanie, and ready to set up for F128, the outboard on to M4.
That's affirmed. You can ready the QD.
Looking at it, I see a little bit of residue flake type stuff.
The bill for this one goes to 10 o'clock and 20 seconds to handover.
ISS.
So Rajatari started his day at the radiator beam valve module work site. He took off some caps. Since there weren't hoses there previously, there were caps in their place, so he took them off. Connected 2 jumpers to the radiator beam valve module side, and we'll connect the jumpers to the radiator side and open the valve, since he's already on that side. Then he's going to go back to the radiator beam valve module side and open the valve there. Even though the valves on both sides of the hoses are connected and the hoses themselves are connected, no liquid will be flowing through even though both of the valves are open. He'll also install 2 electrical connectors that provide heater power.
Caution in, and then we'll pick up the mate on the other side. After opening a valve, limit torques at the QD interface to prevent twisting and open.
Is there anything else you need to talk to about before I go into the QD?
These electrical connectors give Mission Control the ability to control the internal valves in addition to heater power. These internal valves will be used by Mission Control, who can command the RBVM to open its internal valves and reactivate that part of the radiator and send ammonia through.
Copy the caution, this afternoon, a little more difficult to set up for F128, the outboard. You're back with us, Stephanie?
Back with you, and just, we may have missed Matthias's report. It sounds like he's working on the mating of P2 alpha to JO2. The bill for this one
I just removed the cap, and the next one will be making this one. 10 o'clock. Copy.
Copy that. That's a good plan. copy, you have a go to mate. And Roger?
For me or for Matthias?
For Matthias, yep, that's it. All synced up just like that for Matthias at the Papa's worksite. And Roger, I'm ready for to start the blocks with you for mate and opening of F128 to M4.
I'm ready.
Inspect the QD for debris or damage.
No debris or damage.
Verify QD is ready to mate by checking detemp button up, locking collar in the locked position, and forward white band not visible.
If anything else you need to top right before I go up QD blocks, in the locked position, and no forward white band visible.
Session counteract side loads prior to mate and mate the QD.
It begins slightly, I have to take my brakes, so not here, not for me. But all good here. How are you doing?
Mara is on the Columbus module now, working to mate some cables that will go from the Columbus module onto the Bartolomeo platform. Mara will move onto the platform itself to close some cable clamps on the zenith or space-facing side. This task allows for future installation of payloads by the robotic arm.
I just removed the cap, and the next one will be making this one.
Even though Mar is on the Columbus module now, he does have a bag stowed onto the US Destiny module, and so when he's done with this task, he'll return to his tool bag and move on to some other tasks.
And Roger?
For me or for Matthias?
For Matthias, yep, that's it. All synced up just like that for Matthias at the Papa's worksite. And Roger, I'm ready for to start the blocks with you for mate and opening of F128 to M4.
Ready. I'm ready.
Inspect the QD for debris or damage.
No debris or damage.
Verify QD is ready to mate by checking detemp button up, locking collar in the locked position, and forward white band not visible.
Press button is up in the locked position, and no forward white band is visible.
Session counteract side loads prior to mate and mate the QD.
Пошевелить РСС-2.
Тут Москва в канале СК-2. РСС-2 упал с ошибкой, запустили перезагрузку.
Принято, Петр.
Yep, just struggling with this QD. Trying to decide if a different body position would help, or I don't think it's side loaded, I can tell. And Teray, I'm confirmed Papa's second connector is connected. Successfully mated. Leave over center.
Copy Matthias, mated and over center. Nicely done.
Yes. Thank you. That concludes the Papa's worksite. Moving on now to the Bartolomeo worksite.
We concur. I have two cautions to read to you, but first, Raja, we copy. We're discussing if there's any additional words we can offer to you for mating the QD. And for Matthias, as you translate to Bart, there's 2 cautions. Yay, nicely done, Raja. Let me give Matthias these cautions, and then I'll be back with you and the rest of the mate blocks. For Matthias, do not touch the connector doors on the Gold 2 interfaces and avoid contact with deployed booms and outrigger. We'll meet you later at the BART worksite. Nicely done, Raja. Check that the forward white band is visible.
Forward white band is visible. Double snap back. Snap back with the forward white band still visible.
Copy. Perform pull test and visual gap test.
Good pull test.
The ground crew here just confirmed with ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer that he has successfully done his job on the Columbus module, and he's now making his way just a short distance over to the Bartolomeo science platform.
Visual gap test. Next, we'll open the valve. Prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads, and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Is it unlocked?
Depress the detent button and move the bail to the forward position.
And Stephanie, I just realized I forgot to drop the green hook on the lab. I have the green wheel with me here, but I have put down the fairlead on Columbus on 933 as the plan. But the green hook is not on the lab. Hope that's okay.
And we copy that. Understand you've picked up your fair lead, and that is okay.
The fair lead here is still in place. Columbus.
Copy. We're ready for you to retrieve the fair lead, and you can continue to BART.
I leave the fair lead until after the BART. You don't have that green hook. You may need to pick up the fair lead. We don't touch those viewers antennas, though.
Copy that, and we concur. Leave the fair lead in place.
Yeah, and I need to drop the green hook here, otherwise I have not enough slack to go to that. So the green hook is now where the fair lead is.
Matthias, we copy all, and that's a good config.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Matthias, this is my essay, so you're going from the aft side of Columbus to the forward side now, right? Yes, I'm now at the forward side of Columbus at the Bartolomeo platform. All right. And then, Killer, I've got the sail forward, aft white band is visible.
Copy. Is the detent button up?
Great question. I'm trying to figure that out with my ears.
Matthias Maurer retracing his steps just slightly as he's getting his hooks configured as he moves his body from the Columbus module and onto the Bartolomeo science platform. Configuring these hooks make sure that he's safely attached to the station and has enough room to move around.
Copy. The last step is to rotate the locking collar to the locked position.
It's locked.
All right, nice done. Nice work mating and opening the valve. You can install the booty over the QD.
I'm debating whether we should install the other one first before I do the MLI. Because as hard as it was to get to this access, I'm a little worried if I put the MLI on now, it's going to block my access to the inboard. If I can put it on and then take it off, it becomes a problem. So I'll go ahead and put it on. Just give it a try.
And that's up to you. If you think the MLI will be in your way, we're happy to wait.
I'll just put it on, and then if it's not in my way, that step is done already. If it is, I'll just take it off. Okay, the MLI is installed.
Copy. You can prepare the 1-inch QD F129. We'll mate up to M3 on the inboard side.
Take the comm again for the QD blocks. Let's see if you're ready. Have it. I'm at the Astronomia platform, dropping down my BLT, and then I start the ramp. Okay. All right, Stephanie, ready for the QD blocks for the inboard. 129. The female end is clean and no debris.
Copy. The bell will clock towards 2 o'clock. You can verify the QD ready to mate by checking detent button up, locking collar in the locked position, and forward white band not visible.
Locking collar's up. Sorry, the button's up. The locking collar's locked, and no forward band is visible. Copy 2 caution.
Assess and counteract side loads prior to mate and mate the QD.
These QDs that the ground is talking about with astronaut Rajachari are the quick disconnect, fluid quick disconnect, really. They're part of the connectors, and they're a little finicky and can be a little difficult to work with at times. But Rajachari has practiced with these mechanisms both in the space station, on the ground, and in the pool of the neutral buoyancy lab.
Okay. It is mated. Forward white band is visible.
Excellent. Perform snapback tests. Check forward white band visible.
The snapback test with the forward white band still visible.
Perform pull test and visual gap test.
Pull test. Good gap check.
Copy. Good gap test.
Ready to open.
Roger for opening the valve. Prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads. Rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Our ground IV is now walking astronaut Rajachari through the valve opening process. He's got both ends of both hoses connected, and so now he's working to open up the valves. Even though the valves will be open, no ammonia will be flowing through until Mission Control sends the command sometime after the spacewalk.
Half white band is visible.
Check detent button up.
Detent button is up.
Copy. You can retrieve the 1-inch SPID from the bag and install that on the QD.
Okay. Talk as you need, Matthias, while I'm working this. Copy. I'm driving my first bolt number 10.
Copy. Matthias, bolt number 10.
Right. Am I done with the GoPro, by the way? That off my workstation.
We're now 3 hours into today's spacewalk with European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Marr on the Bartolomeo platform. He's loosening some clamps to make it easier for future installation of scientific payloads onto the Bartolomeo platform using the robotic arm. He's on the second clamp now, working his way down a series of clamps on his task list, but he's going to do as many as he has time for.
Understand.
The cap keeper back in the bag too, just so I can get some more room to breathe in here. No, I need that for the MDGLs later, but I'll deal with that when I get to the other side.
And Roger, up to you. If you can put the cap keeper in the crew lock bag also.
Ten and 8 closed. Will be going to both towards out with a green light.
Copy, Matthias. 10 and 8 closed.
You're hearing the voice of Matthias Marr as he's calling out what he sees on his PGT, or pistol grip tool. That's the tool that he's using to clamp the bolts that he's working on. He's got a series on his task list.
Yeah, let's see.
He's the hero of all of us.
True. Cap keeper, GoPro back in the bag, skids coming out.
Copy.
You're looking at the PGT in motion, or the pistol grip tool. It's basically a cordless drill, and the drill has a small screen that displays the PGT's speed and torque settings. This comes in handy as the number of turns often has to be really precise.
Locking tabs are engaged to the valve off.
Copy.
And
Good pull test.
press them and they snap back into space. Good pull test.
Okay, we are complete with the mate and open valve steps for F129 to M3. You can install booties over the QDs.
Yeah, I can take my right off the skid, correct?
That's affirmed.
That skid went on way too easy, which means inbound half rather than the other. Right. The booty is back on. Pitch bolt, I pushed body left, checked it at 6.5 degrees off, and with that, I believe I am ready to go to the RBVM back-off position. Didn't require GCA, and that's also, I think, the point where you guys want to talk with the DS about whether it's time to go to the gem or not.
Okay. You guys want me to break out? I have, in addition, also closed bracket number 1 and bracket number 13, so 4 in total.
And Stanley, for just a second, let's get the arms going. And Tom, your go for the RBVM back-off position. Talking about Matthias as needed.
And Stephanie, this is Matthias.
Go ahead, Matthias.
That was the breakout point for me to go to gem. If that's so, yeah, I'd like to get you go. I confirm that I have closed 4 brackets, all with the green chalked out lights, the good talk. It's bracket 8, 10, 1, and 13.
We copy 8, 10, 1, and 13 are closed at the BART work site for the clamps, and we're discussing a forward plan.
Do you want me to work another? I start working. Sure.
And Matthias, we also wanted to check with you how your hands are feeling.
Okay. My hands are good. Sorry, I understood that. The face I handled. Yeah, my hands are good. I'm good to go to GEM.
And we copy. You're good to go to GEM. We're discussing if additional work here at the work site.
Roger, we're about to start in motion. Because of lighting conditions, we are going to ask you to make this a GCA to published, and clear your right side of your body, right side of your boot plate with the radiator.
Okay, I can do that. What direction are we going? Just body out?
Body out 70 centimeters.
Okay, yep. I've got the clearance there for you.
Starting motion, 1 meter.
I see good motion. I should have said start GCA since we're doing this instead.
Copy, good motion.
Clearance to the radiator.
Matthias Marr just confirmed with the ground that he has completed work on the first 4 clamps in his series of tasks. He has quite a few on his list, but the first 4 were priority order. The rest was only if time were to allow. He's going to work on a couple of more before moving over to the GEM. This is the Japanese module. There's some multi-layer insulation that has popped open, so Marr will work to close the flap and secure it to some nearby handrails with a wire tie. Reinstalling the thermal blanket will help protect some cabling on the nadir side of the module.
Copy.
Roger, I think we can end GCA now if you agree.
Okay, if you're good with it, yep, GCA complete.
Setting up for the next showcast.
Copy.
Matthias, for you, we'd like you to continue to clamp 4. Once clamp 4 is complete, we'll have you translate back through to Columbus, pick up the Papa's ORU bag, and head to the GEM MLI task.
Clear your right side of your body, right side of your boot plate with the radiator.
That's right, number 2.
What direction are we going? Just body out?
Out.
Body out 70 centimeters.
I've got the clearance for you. It's fully closed, but it's
starting motion, 1 meter.
Spinning. I can pull on it, it doesn't open.
I see good motion. I should have said start GCA.
Copy. Thank you for the report. We consider clamp 2 complete. Please continue to clamp 3 and clamp 4.
Radiator.
Copy, good clearance.
Continue.
Continuing. Half meter to go.
Marr's got his tasks laid out for him. He's going to continue work on just a couple more bolts, and then he's going to retrieve his bag that he's had parked on the Destiny module and move over to the Japanese module. Meanwhile, Rajachari is in motion aboard the robotic arm.
Good clearance. We're wrapping out. Motion stopped.
Copy.
Roger, I think we can end GCA now if you agree.
Okay, if you're good with it, yep, GCA complete.
Setting up for the next showcast.
Copy.
Matthias, for you, we'd like you to continue to clamp 4. Once clamp 4 is complete, we'll have you translate back through to Columbus, pick up the Papa's ORU bag, and head to the GEM MLI task.
Copy. So I closed clamp number 2. But clamp number 2 never, bottoms out. I gave it, I would say, even 20 turns. It's fully closed, but the thread still keeps on spinning. But it's, I can pull on it, it doesn't open.
Copy. Thank you for the report. We consider clamp 2 complete. Please continue to clamp 3 and clamp
back out of your crew lock bag, 70. And I'm also going to get the spit out while I'm moving here and have that ready.
Copy, Roger.
Roger, we're starting motion on the JoeCast. Back to your RBVM worksite.
Okay.
You can see the number 16 in the corner of your screen there. That means that you're seeing things from the point of view of astronaut Rajatari. We're looking through his helmet camera right now. To recap some of his tasks, he first installed the hoses to the radiator beam valve module side, then moved over to the radiator side to connect the other end of those hoses into the radiator. He opened up the valve on the radiator side and has just moved over to the radiator beam valve module side, right where he started his task to open the valves on that side as well.
Roger, the next is a GCA to published. Can you clear the front of your body and your boot plate? It'll be 65 centimeters, body in.
I will be in a second. We'll take up the crew off bag, put back together.
Copy.
I'm getting the cap keeper back out of your crew lock bag, Stephanie. And I'm also going to get the spit out while I'm moving here and have that ready.
The valves that Chari is working to open will allow the capability for mission control here on the ground to run ammonia through these hoses that he just hooked up. No ammonia is going to flow through now, but they're going to test it out at the end of sometime after the EVA. When the ammonia flows to the radiator will be back online, able to provide cooling for the International Space Station and its onboard systems. Fortunately, the space station is functioning just fine with its other 5 radiators working at full capacity, and then the Rajatari is allowing us to have the ability just for some improved performance on the radiator. This also gives us some flexibility in case another radiator beam valve module goes down. Then we'll know that with some certainty that we'll be okay with some margin.
All right, back with you on Tom. And
Roger, the next is a GCA to published. Can you clear the front of your body and 65 centimeters, back to the work site. Centimeters, body in.
And I am, anything you talk about here?
Copy.
Say again? I'm about to take the comm with the GCA. Anything you talk about? No, I don't do anything. I'm working clamp 3, clamp 4 close. All right, copy. And sun's coming our way shortly. And Tom, I'm ready to start GCA.
Copy, we're starting motion, body in.
Copy.
Roger, you're checking the body front and front boot plate clearance.
Excellent. Yeah, good clearance. I see motion. Or actually, that's a speak engine.
Clearance.
You got good clearance, yeah.
Continue.
Plate's clear.
Copy.
Test is clear.
Fifteen to go.
Copy. So the clearance with the on, and it's going to be body
That is the published position. Anything else you need? Body in 65 centimeters, back to the work site.
Copy. And I am, Matthias, anything you talk about here in the next few minutes? Say again? The GCA, anything you talk about? No, I don't do anything. I'm working clamp 3, clamp 4 close. All right, copy. Just think about where I'm needed. And sun coming our way shortly. And Tom, I'm ready to start GCA.
Copy, we're starting motion, body in.
10 centimeters, body in. I've got the clearance.
Roger, you're checking the body front and front boot plate clearance for the front of your body and the boot plate. 4 centimeters in.
All right, motion. The speak engine.
Clearance.
You got good clearance, yeah.
You're getting a live look at the Bartolomeo science platform on the European Columbus module, where Matthias Maurer is working on some bolts.
Copy.
That's clear. It's clear.
That's your extra 10.
Okay. I think this is going to work just fine. Let's call GTA complete.
T complete. You're go to work.
Copy.
15 to go.
Copy. And I believe we're starting with 141 on this line 70, which is the inboard one. That's true.
That's affirmed. We'd start on the 1 inch on the inboard side. I need to give Matthias a couple words.
Published position. Anything else you need?
TA clamp, Matthias, that's in your view. We would like you to close it.
More.
We're switching back and forth on our views here of our two spacewalkers working at opposite ends of the truss. This is Matthias Maurer finishing his work on some clamps on the Bartolomeo science platform that will allow for the installation of future science experiments to be attached to the platform. Meanwhile, Rajatari is working on the robotic arm. He's working on his final steps to install the radiator beam valve module jumper. Right now he's working on the first hose to open up one of the valves on the radiator beam valve module side.
5 more centimeters to go.
Pick both of them up. Translate to the Pappas ORU bag. Drop your green hook there. Stow the caps and the GoPro in the bag. And then head to the GEM MLI
That's
worksite.
your extra 10.
Okay. I think this is going to work just fine. For completeness,
T complete. You're go to work.
Clamp number 4 torques out well with the green light. Clamp number 3 torques also out with the still,
I believe we're
a small little gap remaining.
on this
So
which is
that's
the
the clamp
inboard
that
one.
didn't close as expected with the 13 turns.
That's affirmed. We'd start on the 1 inch on the inboard side. I need to give Matthias. And we copy. Thanks for the report. We're happy. The TA clamp, Matthias, that's in your view.
You're happy, I'm
We would
double
like
happy.
you to close it. Excellent. All right, Roger. Ready to work on the 1 inch QD on the inboard side to open the valve.
I'm ready.
Prior and during bell movement, assess and counteract side loads and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Two are closed. The others open here.
Depress detent button and move bail to the forward position. Check aft white band visible.
We all are open. Okay, aft white band is visible.
Check detent button up. And we copy Matthias. Copy that. You can retrieve the SPID from the crew lock bag and install it. Your fair lead and green hook. Pick both of them up. Translate to the Pappas ORU bag. Drop your green hook there.
Chari on your screen now, working to open up the valves on the radiator beam valve module side. So he installed one side of the hoses, moved onto the other to install the other side of the hoses and open up the valves while he was there. Now he's moved over to his original work site to work on opening the valves there. He's on the valve on the first hose that he installed, moving on to the second shortly.
That's a clamp that didn't close as expected with the 13 turns.
And we copy. Thanks for the report.
Meanwhile, Mar is on his way. He's in motion to the Destiny module where he's kept one of his tool bags, and then he'll be heading over to fix some multi-layer insulation or a thermal blanket that's popped open, and he's going to secure it to a handrail.
I'm ready.
Prior and during bell movement, assess and counteract side loads and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Come on.
Depress detent button and move bail to the forward position. Check aft white band visible.
The SPID is on. I can definitely see one of the lock tabs. I tested it, engaged. I'm trying to get a visual of the second one. I suspect it is based on its position, but I can't get eyes on it.
Copy.
Пойдем искать. Олег свободный.
Хорошо. Ага, все.
And actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's on the interior side of the spin, there's a white line, and that white line is flush with the top of the spin. I think, is that another way to check that it's locked? I can't see the tags.
Checking.
While Mar is headed to his work site, I wanted to remind everyone that we will be taking your Ask NASA questions. So if you have a question about our spacewalk today, head over to Twitter and submit yours using hashtag AskNASA. I've got one from @Vagabondo right now, who asks who's the Capcom for today's spacewalk. Well, our Capcom is Alex Konalakos, but he's actually not working this operation right now. The Capcom is communicating with the crew inside of the space station, while NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who you see on your screen now, is communicating to our spacewalkers. Instead of Capcom, we call her the ground IV.
On the interior of that, I can see the white line is flush with the top of the spin, which matches the right side. I just get my hand in between the two TVs to actually get a mirror for sure on it. I'll keep working on it. But
Well, we copy and perform a pull test.
Okay, good pull test. Doesn't move.
If it passes the pull test, we're happy. Install the QD over, install the booty over the QD.
Okay. Work. I'm taking the rat off. This is on the LI.
And with a successful valve opening, Rajachari just got the okay from the ground to install a covering over the quick disconnect connectors that he's been working with on our spacewalk today. As Mar is on his way to the Japanese module to fix some thermal blanket, we hope to get our live views back as soon as he gets there. It should just be a short distance away from where he is on his tour of the space station today, and we expect to get our live views and communication with the ground back shortly.
To the bottom part of the tang on the aft mailbox on the left side. The right side I can, but what I can see is on the left locking lever on the interior of that. I can see the white line is flush with the top of the spin, which matches the right side. I basically can't get my hand in between the two QDs to actually get a mirror for sure on it. I'll keep working on it, but
Well, we copy
MLI
and
installed on Fox 141.
Copy, Roger. Nice work. Next is the 3/4 QD
Okay, good pull test.
F140 to M2.
Please.
If it passes the pull test, we're happy. Install the QD over, install the booty over the QD.
Okay. Work. I'm taking the rat off. This is on the LI.
You may have heard astronaut Rajachari call out the MLI, or multi-layer insulation, not to be confused with where Matthias Maurer is headed. He is not yet at the Japanese module where he'll be installing that insulation, and Rajachari is just talking about some at his own work site.
Copy.
Copy, Matthias. Thanks for the words. Roger, to open the valve, prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads, and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
Unlocked.
Depress D10 button and move bail to the forward position.
It's forward. Bail is forward. Aft white band is visible.
Copy. Check D10 button up.
Buttons up. Should be depressed and raises back up.
Excellent. Rotate the locking collar to the locked position.
MRI installed on Fox. It's in the locked position.
Copy, Roger. Nice work. Next is the copy that. You can remove any rets and install the booty over the Q.
Copy. Analyze. All right, ready for steps. The TSX, do you need to confirm anything here before we cue the apps on the other side?
You just heard the call out. Put the booty over the QD. In spacewalking terms, this means Rajachari is going to be putting a protective cover over the quick disconnect that he's been working with throughout his task, working on the radiator beam valve module.
Thanks for the word. Roger, to open the valve, prior and during valve movement, assess and counteract side loads and rotate the locking collar to the unlocked position.
You're getting a split screen look now at our two spacewalking astronauts on opposite sides of the truss. After they complete their respective tasks that they're working on now, they're actually going to meet up for the first time from the beginning of the spacewalk to work on installing a camera together before Matthias Mara goes off to work on other tasks.
It's in the locked position.
Copy that. You can remove any rets and install the booty over the Q.
Copy. Analyze.
And Stephanie Smoldert, I will keep the GoPro with me for this translation.
And Matthias, we like your plan.
All right, MLIs installed, bail covers, the bails are covered. And with that, I believe we're ready for GCA, the published NGL panel.
Roger, are we copying? We're going to take you body out 10 centimeters and then body down 25 centimeters and ready for motion on your GCA.
Hey, Matthias, you need anything?
No, I'm good. I have it all. I'm on my way to Jem for your awareness.
Copy. All right, let's start GCA.
Starting GCA, starting motion.
All right, so good motion away.
Good motion. Your body out, 25 centimeters now, body down.
Copy. I see good motion, body down towards the FTGL panel.
Good motion.
Void is clear, radiator's clear, all is clear.
Copy, good clearances.
Да, вот который ты диктовал крайнюю укладку.
Just complete. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
Probably going to be more body down, I think.
Принято, Антон, но мне здесь сейчас специалисты говорят, что если есть конверт, это хорошо.
Probably going to need body down 15 centimeters and body in 10 centimeters. The GoPro with me for this translation.
Copy. We'll start with body down 15 centimeters and starting motion.
Matthias, we like your plan.
We're nearly 3.5 hours into today's spacewalk, and astronaut Rajachari is working on the last task of his radiator beam valve module jumper installation. His last task here that he's moving on to on the robotic arm is to mate two electrical connectors that will provide heater power.
And ready for motion on your GCA.
Not only does it provide heater power, but it also gives mission control the ability to control the valves and the ammonia that flows through them.
All right, so good motion away.
Good motion. Your body out, 25 centimeters now, body down.
Copy. I see good motion, body down towards the FTGL panel.
So there's 10 body in.
Okay. Void is clear, radiator's clear. That's what let's call GCA complete.
Copy, good clearances. See complete, your go to work.
Copy, go to work, and working on caps to begin with. Awesome.
Motion's complete. Let us know if you need additional GCA.
Probably going to be...
Correct, Roger. Attach the cap keeper to the jack caps on J782 and 783.
So I'm probably going to need body down 15 centimeters and body in 10 centimeters.
As you're working to demate those caps, there's one warning. Demated NZGLs could be hot after 1 hour exposure to direct sunlight.
Motion.
Good motion.
Boot plate is still clear. Okay, 73 is out.
Body down, complete. Starting body in, 10 centimeters.
I've got clearance to my helmet. Radiator's clear.
Copy, good clearances.
Our spacewalkers have completed a number of tasks so far. Matthias Mars started out the day routing an Ethernet cable. That'll be used pretty soon when the spacewalkers move on to install a camera. Matthias Mars also installed a jumper onto the Columbus module and released some cable clamps onto the Bartolomeo platform to allow for future payloads to be installed there.
Roger, there's 10 body in.
Okay. That should work. Let's call GCA complete.
GCA complete, your go to work.
Copy, go to work. Two caps are working on caps to begin with.
Copy 782.
And on 5177, 5176.
Attach the cap keeper to the jack caps on J7.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Rajachari will complete his first task when he mates the heater cables, which he's about to do now. That will complete the installation of the RBVM jumper hoses.
As you're working to demate those caps, there's one warning. Demated NZGLs could be hot after 1 hour exposure to direct sunlight.
Okay. Here's the Jim worksite.
Copy, Matthias.
Okay, 783 is out.
Copy. Matthias, for you, as you're translating one warning and two cautions, do not contact yellow paint on the GEM exposed facility scuff plates, and do not come in within 0.3 meters of the GEM box antennas, and do not contact the STP-H8 on the GEM exposed facility.
Feel it. Do my best. (782) campus removed.
Copy 782.
51, 70, 5177, 5176. They put the cap keeper back in the crew lock bag and then we'll work up mating.
Copy.
You can see on your screen the caps that Rajachari was just working to remove. Now that they're removed, he is free to install the heater cables.
Here's the Jim worksite. How you doing? Good. On the Jim, taking it slowly but steady. Trying now to deploy my wire ties. It'll take a bit, so don't worry if I'm not talking a lot. Okay? Crew up bag is set up and I'm ready to mate MDGL. Caps off. And I believe I'm going 782 to 782 and 783, 783.
That's affirmed, and we'll take inspections and an over-center report.
So 782, 782, good pins, no fog. 50 in my band. 51, 76, 782. They put the cap keeper back in the crew lock bag and then we'll work on mating.
Copy.
How you doing?
Good, on the gems, taking it slowly but steady. Trying now to deploy my wire ties.
Our spacewalk began just about 3.5 hours ago, with Rajachari first out the gate of the Quest airlock, followed by his counterpart Matthias Maurer. They spent about an hour at the airlock working a problem with the camera and onboard light that was attached to Matthias Maurer's spacesuit. Had a little trouble staying on, but Rajachari was able to troubleshoot with the ground and get that secure. And then they were on their way for their other tasks. While Rajachari was setting up the robotic arm that he's on now and will be spending through the rest of the spacewalk, Matthias Maurer got started on other tasks. He routed an Ethernet cable and attached them to some handrails. This is going to be used later on a camera that they'll be working on in just a few minutes. He also installed a jumper onto the Columbus module and then moved over and released some clamps on the Bartolomeo Science platform, allowing for the future installation by our robotic arm after the EVA. Right now, Rajachari is working on concluding his first task of the day and the priority for the spacewalk, the RBVM jumper installation. He got the hoses installed and the valves open, and now he's just working to install some heater power. Matthias Maurer is at the Japanese module installing some loose insulation, just using Velcro and a wire tie to secure it back into place to support the cables that were exposed. As soon as that's over, our spacewalkers today are going to join together for the first time since the beginning of their EVA to work on a camera replacement and installation. This is an HD camera that sits on the outside of the International Space Station. It has a wireless access point that they'll be working around and working to install. This is a series of cameras that is being installed, the last two being installed January of 2021 by spacewalkers Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover.
And Roger, for 782, does it appear that the cable is too tight? Would releasing it from the TA clamp give you some additional room to work?
I think so. It actually seems like, I'm sure it's something I'm doing wrong, but like the tolerance, so if I'm looking at the connector, the one on this side is touching, it's flush with the other side. This one won't get flush. Pretty sure I can see those locking tabs, the keying going in. A3 adjacent, A3 is made in, but let's just not reverse full for lining on the over center, as I'm looking at this 3 o'clock side.
Copy, good inspection over center.
Maybe I can try the TA clamp for a second, but I don't think that's what's causing, doesn't seem like it's loading on the alignment problem.
And we copy, we're discussing. Roger, can you verify that the lever is still fully aft?
Yep, it is fully aft.
Okay, copy, thank you.
Yeah, over center. Yeah, you can see, like, I don't know if you can see my camera view, but on this side, which is the aft side, so it's aligned on the forward side, touching. On the right side, it won't settle into the...
Does it appear that the cable is too tight? Would releasing it from the TA clamp give you some additional room to work?
I don't think so. It actually seems like galling or damage on the tolerance. So if I'm looking at the connector, the one on this side.
Roger, we do see it in your helmet camera. Unfortunately, 783 is, for us, a bit blocking the view of 782.
Locking tabs, the keying going in, might be off a little bit, but it's just not lining on the, as I'm looking at this 3 o'clock side. Maybe I could try the CA clamp for a second, but I don't think that's what's causing, doesn't seem like it's loading. Or an alignment problem.
And we copy. We're discussing.
Right now, you're getting a live view of Matthias Marr as he works to secure that insulation with wire ties. Basically, this is just a thermal blanket that works to protect the onboard electronics and wires that may be exposed to the vacuum of space, and doing so just puts it back into place. It had previously become undone.
It is fully out. Numbers full forward, over center.
Okay, copy, thank you.
Yeah, over center.
Copy, full forward, over center. Cleverly done.
I don't know if you can see my camera view, but on this side, I guess I'd say maybe there's like, it's a tiny bit of offset on the keying, and you just had to get kind of wedged in on this side first. Couldn't go right the other side first. Okay, working on hiding this under the NLI panel.
Copy.
I don't know if you can see in the diagram, so the 782 routing is fine. It goes under that corner of NLI. But the 783 routing, the only way to cover that with NLI would be to pick up that flap. Which I think it said not to pick up in the briefing package. So I can leave it like that if you're happy with this, or I can pick that flap up and put it over the top of it.
Checking.
While Matthias Marr is working with multi-layer insulation or a thermal blanket on the Japanese module, astronaut Rajachari is working with his own multi-layer insulation, covering up his work as he works to mate 2 electrical connectors that provide heater power, and he just wants to make sure that they are protected with a thermal blanket as well.
Close. And that is a... Yeah, I believe it's all right. This side. So Tom and Caleb, when you're ready, you are going to do the MDGL back off. I know it says not to do it, but...
Copy, we're starting motion, body out, 75 centimeters, and a little bit of body up, and then we'll set up the JOCAS. Starting motion.
Forward, over center.
Copy, full forward, over center.
With those 2 electrical connectors fully installed, it's nice work done by NASA astronaut Rajachari. He's in motion once again soon at the direction of astronauts Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron.
Couldn't go from the other side first. Okay, working on hiding this under the NLI panel.
Copy.
I don't know if you can see in the diagram, so the 782 routing is fine. It goes under that corner of NLI. But the 783 routing, the only way to cover that with NLI would be to pick up that flap, which I think it said not to pick up in the briefing package. So I can leave it like that if you're happy with this, or I can pick that flap up and put it over the top of it.
Checking.
While I'm moving Stephanie, I believe I want to get the round scoop and camera cover out and wrench my MWS, correct? Out of the bag, put up for later.
That's affirmed. Roger, nice work. Based on the downlink, we're happy with the config. Next for you is to work with Kayla and Tom on the maneuver.
It has the gem tree. I'm done with the gem. I'm on my way back. This one is the GCA. But first one, I believe she's the door. Yeah, rolling back to Tom and Kayla. When you're ready, you are go to take me to the MDGL back on.
Copy, we're starting motion, body out, 75 centimeters, and a little bit of body up, and then we'll set up the JOCAS. Starting motion.
I see motion away from the RBDM.
Roger, we're about to start 2.5 minute JOCAS. 7 meters port, you'll be turned head down and facing port. Starting motion.
Okay.
With Mars installation complete, he is moving back to the Destiny module where he had temporarily stowed some storage bags. He'll grab his stuff and then move back to the airlock where he'll swap out bags and then go to meet Rajachari at the work site for the camera installation.
Hold while the ground performs a heater checkout.
Copy all. Stop motion, moving Stephanie. I believe I want to get the round scoop and camera cover out and rest my MWS, correct?
Meanwhile, Rajachari installed 2 electrical connectors, and the ground here is going to just verify that the connectors are working.
Okay.
See, how's the geometry? Yes, my bad. Sorry about that, Tom. I forgot they wanted to do that before the move. I didn't want to step into your TCA.
That's all. That's great.
Both wire ties are deployed, no issues at all. And yes, rolling back to the lab, picking up the bag and going into the airlock. Copy. Talk as needed. We're not doing TCA right now, so you can move the arm. Okay. I've got the open window cover on my MWS reps. Look at 10. That's code over there for now.
Copy, Roger.
We're about to start back out of the way. Gas, 7 meters port. You'll be turned head down and facing port. Starting motion.
Good.
То есть, понимаете, чтобы избежать потом лишних включений, потом, ну, там, вслепую 20 раз сработали, а все равно не заполнился консервант. Поэтому можно проверить прямо по ходу. То есть, вот таким способом. Приведение в исходное, погас консервация некачественная. Дозатор вкрыл, посмотрел, загорелся опять или нет. Опять загорелся. Ну, еще раз.
Kayla, Tom, Raja, and Matthias, for Raja's position here, we would like him to hold while the ground performs. Matthias, we see you en route, translating to your green hook. When convenient, I'll take a glove and half check from you.
Let me drop the local. One more. 2 feet. Glove and a half check. Let us know when you're ready for them to start moving again, Stephanie. It's good.
Okay.
I would say no changes to the initial state. I have this dry. My bad. Sorry about that, Tom. I forgot they wanted to
Copy. Good gloves, dry half.
No, that's on us, Grinder.
And Stephanie, I would be picking up the paddle stack, and you guys can think if you want to pause during the ingress in the airlock, because I still have the GoPro on my chest, and I could knock off this task if you guys are thinking of knocking it off. I've got the...
And we copy. We'll discuss it, and that's a good plan. You'll pick up the Papasu RU bag and translate to the airlock. Copy, Roger.
Knock bag out of the way for the... Tom and Kayla, if your work, I'm just noticing that probably all that moving around by the QDs, I think the safety tether attached to the arm may have wrapped up underneath my swing arm. So at some point, if you have camera views of that, it'll be available. But when I get out of the arm, I'll probably need a little bit of help. Know which way to turn to get back out of it.
We copy. We'll let you know.
Roger, Kayla, and Tom, good news. There's a good checkout of the heaters from the ground. So we go to continue arm ops. And my fault also for not catching that. My apologies.
I have this dry. I'll make mistakes. I've been playing today. Great news on the heater checkout. Ready to continue motion when you are, Tom.
Thanks for watching over us, Stephanie. We are starting motion again.
I will be picking up the paddle stack, and you guys can think if you want to pause during the ingress.
Rajachari previously completed his last task on the radiator beam valve module installation by mating 2 electrical connectors that will provide heater power, and the ground just did a checkout of the heater and confirmed that it did work. Rajachari is now on the move to his next work site at the camera that he'll be working to install. You're looking at a live view of Matthias Marr as he's on the Destiny module collecting his items that he brought out there with him. He's going to bring all of those items to the airlock and replace them for the camera bag. He'll be meeting up with Rajachari after he's got his bag from the airlock, and the 2 will meet up for the first time since the beginning of the EVA.
We copy. We'll let you know.
That's good news, and that's a good config. A good checkout of the heaters from the ground. For go to continue arm out, and my fault also for not catching that. My apologies.
Принято, приступаю.
No problem. We all make mistakes on mid-plane today. Great news on the heater checkout. And ready to continue motion when you are, Tom.
Thanks for watching over us, Stephanie. We are starting motion again.
Цепноском КСС-Г1. Для информации, на формате клапаны и агрегаты.
Timing-wise, Stephanie, are we planning on flying through the bag swap or just setting up to go the bag swap next? Wait and see mode. I think we're pretty well synced, it seems like.
Checking.
I can see the CPA worksite.
Открыл клапан КЭ-13 и готов по УЗ перейти к шагу 4.
Принято, да, переходите к шагу 4.
And Stephanie, I can confirm that PTU lock lever that you want me to look for, it is oriented nadir zenith, so it runs along the stanchion.
That's good news, and that's a good config.
And Roger, we are standing by in for the back swap geocast. We can set that up now or stand by until Matthias is back with you.
I will be running late for that. I need to clear a surface net, my BRT.
Still discussing. Stand by.
No problem. Matthias, I've got other stuff. I got the scoop and stuff with me, so I can get things done. Timing-wise, Stephanie, are we planning to fly through the bag swap or just setting up to go?
The looks been fine.
Yeah, no worries. Wait and see mode. I think we're pretty well synced, it seems like.
Checking.
Houston and Roger, we are standing by in for the back swap geocast. We can set that up now or stand by until Matthias is back with you.
I will be running late for that. I need to clear a surface net, my BRT.
Still discussing. Stand by.
No problem.
Да, это Петр. Слушаю.
Matthias, I've got other stuff. I got the scoop and stuff with me, so I can get things done. Timing.
I cleared the snack. It's looking back to the airlock.
Yeah, no worries.
Copy, Matthias. And Roger, Matthias, appreciate your patience. We're still discussing. Be back with you shortly.
Нет, работать, значит, нет, все нормально. Вот я имел в виду, что он сразу не появится, пока вода из шланга не пройдет дозатор и не попадет в дозатора, не загорится. То есть там еще старый консерватор.
I need to go back and pick up my greenhouse.
Он появится.
Copy, you're on your way back to get the greenhouse?
Yeah, it's only later. Matthias, walking back to the airlock.
Copy, Matthias.
МКС СУПа Москвы в канале СГ-2 для Олега.
And Roger, Matthias, appreciate your patience. We're still discussing. Be back with you shortly.
My green hook, thing.
Matthias, we see you at your green hook location. Please hold.
I need to go back and pick up my green hook. Good.
We're now approaching almost at the 4-hour mark of our spacewalk today. Ground controllers here in Mission Control are looking at the time and what tasks we may be able to accomplish in the rest of the EVA time.
You may already. We believe your safety tether might be wrapped around one of your legs, your left leg.
Москвы в канале СГ-2 для Олега.
Matthias Maurer is at the airlock now.
If you align your feet pointed towards the airlock, so actually turn back in the direction from whence you came, we think that will help.
Okay. Хорошо, принято. Let's get in a bit of a mess. That you have camera views of it, but if you can orient me in the arm and I can put eyes on them, I'm happy to help you now.
And Matthias, come back about 90 degrees with your legs in line with the module. Matthias, we see you at your green hook location.
This way or the other way?
That way.
This way.
Nope, come back the other way. Turn towards your left side.
Okay.
And once you have a local down, and you may already... And hold here. Your safety tether might be wrapped around...
Matthias Maurer now at the airlock working with the ground crew here in Mission Control Houston to get his tethers configured in a point that he won't be tangled and will be able to proceed with his tasks.
And Matthias, the safety tether is under your left leg. And then running over your left arm and your left shoulder. So actually turn back in the direction from whence you came.
Okay.
We think that will help.
Okay. It's getting a bit of a mess. That you have camera views of it, but if you can orient me in
and
the arm,
Matthias, now it looks as though it's clear from your leg and it's only over your left shoulder. And Matthias, come back about 90 degrees.
As Maurer maneuvers his body to free himself of his tether, you periodically get some views of Earth poking through. The space station is currently flying over the western tip of Algeria.
Nope, come back the other way. And you can release the green hook. Turn towards your left side.
Okay, so lock.
Yes, now you see it. And it, although it's not around your leg, it is still around your back. So it's around your back and under the plis. And so we need you to rotate we think rotating the other way would help.
This way?
Rotate towards your left, clockwise. Continue in that direction. Good motion. And Matthias, the safety tether is under your left leg. And then running over
good
your
motion, continue.
And your left shoulder.
Okay. Okay, so if I...
Good motion, continue. And Matthias, now it looks as though it's clear from your leg and it's only over your left shoulder.
Okay.
Good motion, continue. Pause here.
My left shoulder. Well, I released the green hook. I released the green hook.
Now the tether is on your right side, and you might be able to see it.
Okay, so green hook. Oh, it's a nice wrap.
Now it's clear from your shoulders and helmet. It might just be tucked along on your PGT.
Okay, so if I keep on turning this way,
stop motion. Now it's over your right arm. Now you've cleared it. Towards your left, clockwise. Continue in that direction. Good motion.
Wow, thank you, Stephanie. That was a space bounce.
Nice work.
You may have seen the tether floating between Matthias's legs and behind his right knee. That was the tether giving him some problems, but he just freed himself of his tether and now is free to go on to his next task.
Very good. I'll fix the green hook as soon as I get closer.
Copy.
Денис, значит, вот сейчас приведение в исходный погас. Еще раз дозатор включите, загорится или нет.
Now clear?
Good motion, continue. Pause here. Now the tether is on your right side, and you might be able to see it. Now it's clear from your shoulders and helmet. It might just be tucked along on your PGT. Copy.
Okay, so if I keep on turning this way, that should...
It's stop motion. Now it's over your right arm. Now you've cleared it.
Good. Wow, thank you, Stephanie. That was a space bounce.
Nice work.
We had you with ED3 there, Stephanie. Nice job.
Teamwork is the name of the game.
Oh, very good. I'll fix the green hook as soon as I...
And Roger, while we continue to discuss, I can take a glove and haptech from you.
В принципе, можно уже пользоваться. Не просто проверять.
And my hat is dry. I've got like maybe a smudge on the tip of my right ring finger and a new smudge on my left thumb, kind of a linear one.
Copy, dry hat and kind of a linear smudge on your right right index finger.
Left thumb and right ring finger on that one.
Left thumb and right ring finger. Copy.
Okay, Matthias at the air look. I see that my green reel didn't pull in all, so there's 1 meter slack. I believe that was probably due to the speed that I came back. It was probably the same issue that Roger had the other day. I hope it will clear during the way out.
When we copy, there's about 1 meter of slack on your green reel. And Roger, while we continue to discuss, I can take a glove and haptech from you.
You're getting a live view now of Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Paul Kanya in the suit, pacing on your screen there. Behind him, EVA Officer Sandy Fletcher. They're discussing the spacewalk, seeing how much time they have left and what tasks they want to prioritize.
And kind of a linear smudge on your right right index.
Left up. Sun and right.
Matthias, we caught you in a handover. I believe you say you're opening the thermal cover. Left thumb and right ring finger.
Yes. Okay, Matthias at the airlock, opening the thermal cover.
Copy.
My topper back inside. I see that my green reel didn't pull in all, so there's 1 meter slack. I believe that was probably due to the speed that I came back. It was probably an issue that Roger had the other
And
day.
Roger, Matthias, we appreciate your patience. Just very vague words while we continue to sharpen our pencils. We're just looking at the time remaining and what tasks fit best in that time. We're not tracking any issues, but we're just getting the forward plan together for you.
Right, so I'm in the airlock. I take off the GoPro, I switch it off, I put it back in the bag. Or do you want to have the inspection done? Which I think you don't want. It's right of waiting on me now.
You're now looking through the eyes of European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer in the Quest airlock, looking at his supplies and seeing what equipment that he can bring out with him as Rajatari is connected to the station's robotic arm.
Matthias, we caught you in a handover. I believe you say you're opening the thermal cover.
Yes. Opening the thermal cover.
Copy.
Bringing my toppers back inside.
And Roger, Matthias, we appreciate your patience. Just very vague words while we continue to sharpen our pencils. We're just looking at the time remaining and what tasks fit best in that time. We're not tracking any issues, but we're just getting the forward plan together for you.
Right, so I'm in the airlock. I take off the GoPro, I switch it off, I put it back in the bag. Or do you want to have the inspection done? Which I think you don't want. It's right of waiting on me now.
Checking. Roger, Matthias, Kayla, and Tom, we have sharpened our pencils. It is currently 4 hours, 10 minutes PET. Living consumable is 6 hours, 44 minutes on EV2 MEDOX. With that information, we would like to continue the EVA with a CP8 focus. We would head both Raja and Matthias to the CP8 worksite. Matthias would hang there while Raja does some of the initial work. For Raja and for Matthias, only the CP8 activities would remain for the EVA, and then we would work to clean up and ingress.
Yeah, copies. Focus on 68,000.
And robotics is ready to support continuing with the bag swap JOCAS on your go.
After a momentary pause so the ground crew can evaluate the remaining tasks of the day, they decided that the crew is going to continue on to the camera port 8 work site. You may hear referred to as CP8. They're going to perform a bag swap, so Matthias Maurer is in the airlock now to grab the bag and bring it to Rajachari. The bag contains the camera. A camera is already at the camera port 8 work site, and Rajachari will work to remove it and swap it with this new camera.
On EV2 Meadow.
Ready, ground is ready.
With that information, we would like to continue the EVA with a CP8 focus.
And Stephanie, if you agree, we'll start Raja in for the back swap position.
Matthias would hang there while Raja does some of the initial work for Raja and for Matthias.
And Tom, Kayla, we do concur. I'm getting additional words. We would like you to proceed to the back swap position. You're going to end up flying those through that position to another position, and we'll have those words for you.
And robotics is ready to support continuing with the bag swap.
Okay, we copy that. We'll start movement towards the back swap position, understanding that we'll fly through that.
Good readback.
Roger, we're starting motion. Your head's going to be moving to the truss. It'll end up about a half meter from structure.
Matthias, you copy the plan? Yeah, I copy all. Picking up your bag, camera bag, coming out. Okay.
And Raja, if you're go, we can start you on the movement towards the back swap position and the back swap JOCAS.
The crew is outside of the house. Ready, ground is ready. The camera bag is attached to the VFC. The photo with the VFC red.
And Stephanie, if you agree, we'll start Raja in for the back swap position.
Matthias Maurer has just egressed from the Quest airlock for the second time today, first time beginning his spacewalk, the second time to stow a bag that he was using previously on the Columbus and Bartolomeo platform, now retrieving a camera, an HD camera that he'll be bringing now to NASA astronaut Rajachari.
Okay,
he's working right now to close the hatch thermal cover.
That we'll fly through that.
Good readback.
Roger, we're starting motion. Your head's going to be moving to the truss. It'll end up about a half meter from structure.
Copy, safer handles down.
Want to inventory the crew lock bag while what's happening?
Checking.
The crew is outside of the hatch. The camera bag is attached to the VFC. The photo with the VFC red. And I'm proceeding with closing the thermal cover. Okay, thermal cover is closed. Picking up my local and coming back to you, Roger. Sounds good. I'll see you in a bit. Yeah, sorry for letting you away.
Rajachari's next tasks include disconnecting an old camera and temporarily stowing it away, and then he'll be replacing the old external high-definition camera with one with a wireless access port that can provide improved two-way high data rate communication between external payloads and our Earth.
Right, look, the right safer handle is down. Moving up the seat is the safer handle is down.
Copy, safer handles down.
Don't forget my single safety tether still out there.
It is, and I'm clear of it. But when we come back, it's definitely actually very close. So always be mindful when we come back. Okay?
The white bag that you see floating on the top of the screen next to our spacewalker is what is the bag that's containing the high-definition camera that Maurer is working to deliver.
We'd like your clearance to the CPA camera. Body in 1 meter.
I've got the clearance to the camera. Start GCA.
Copy. Starting motion.
Towards the camera.
Copy. Good motion. Meter to go.
Copy. I won't get a whole half meter. Video workstation gets pretty close here. And you still got good clearance?
20 to go.
Copy. Not yet, so you get.
Team to go.
Moving on. Don't forget my single safety tether still out there.
It is, and I'm clear of it. But when we come back, it's
An out motion stop where it published.
very close.
Just so I understand,
always be mindful when we come back.
Okay. Is there another position?
Roger.
Let's get you to the end.
We are going to bypass the back swap position to bring you into CP8 at this time. We are going to be able to use the published. We'd like your clearance to the CP8 camera. Body in 1 meter.
I've got the clearance to the camera. Start GCA.
Roger, that's later in our procedure. If anybody at Houston has any words.
And Tom, those are good words. We concur that there is a later position for the NZGL access.
Copy, good motion.
So big picture.
Roger, let me see if you need any more GCA.
Yeah,
Another.
If you understand the plan a bit here, I guess what am I trying to do with this position?
Copy, we're about a minute to hand over. Big picture.
I won't go a half meter. I don't want to call. Video workstation gets pretty close here. And you still got good clearance?
For this position, this is where you install the window cover and the install the window cover. But I'll have some words for you prior to that. The big picture. You guys will keep your respective bags, so we bypass the bag swap R&R. We'll work on the camera R&R. We would like, once Matthias gets into position to CP8, we'd like him to hold and rest a bit for MEDOX.
You want me to hold immediately?
An out motion stop where it published.
Good work.
If I'm just doing the scoop and window cover from here, I can do that from this position, so we can call GCA completely for that NGCA.
Okay, we copy. We think you're saying NGCA.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be able to reach it from here.
Copy. Brakes coming on.
From here, and I could get a locking clamp, but I don't think I'll get the NGCA position. I'd have to go back.
Picture on or go forward.
Copy.
Roger, one warning.
Scoop the window cover installed.
After one warning on the HD camera, do not touch the vent ports that are near J2, and that's affirmed. Window cover and scoop install. We concur that there is a later position.
In anticipation of this planned handover, our ground IV Stephanie Wilson just gave the next steps to our astronauts, Raja Chari and Matthias Maurer.
Roger, look and see if you need any more
Chari
GCA.
just arrived at the work site, and his next tasks are to install a window cover on the HD camera, and then he'll go on to release some cables, again demating the old camera so that there's room on the stanchion for the new cameras. Matthias Maurer will swap bags with him, giving Raja Chari the new camera, while Chari hands Maurer a bag that contained tools for the radiator beam valve module, which is a task that he just completed earlier in the spacewalk. Originally, Matthias Maurer was planned to take Chari's bag back to the airlock and just to deliver the tools that he doesn't need anymore. However, the revised plan is for Maurer to stay put where he is and assist Chari with the camera installation.
специалист
Papillon,
по
you want me to hold immediately?
флор, медицинские эксперименты.
You said once you get into position. Okay, so copy, if I'm just doing the scoop of the window cover from here, I can do that from this position, so we can call GCA complete for that task.
Okay, we copy. We think you're saying NGCA.
Yes, NGCA.
Copy. Brakes are coming on.
Олег, добрый день.
Brakes are on. Your go for work.
Copy?
Roger,
So you
one
want the round
warning.
scoop of the window cover installed?
After one warning, on the HD camera, do not touch the vent ports that are near J2, and that's affirmed. Window cover and scoop installed.
Пожалуйста, помимо барабанной перепонки, еще все покажите полость ушную, проходы и все там поверхности, как мы с вами делали. И вторая, когда закончите, пожалуйста, выйдите, скажите мне, ладно?
You're doing great. You're all over the place on your tour day ISS. Yeah, absolutely.
Back with you after the handover.
Okay, copy. I'm installing the round scoop with the handle towards the NZGL side. TS from Green Oak at 3651. Okay?
У меня к вам две просьбы. Первое, когда будете делать отоскопию, барабанную перепонку и все поверхности и слуховой проход.
The window cover and scoop are attached on the current camera.
Copy. Open the HD camera TA clamp and release the cables on the outside.
К сожалению, связи прямой.
The TA clamp's open and the cables are released.
Ну, я буду здесь на сеансе сидеть до конца. А вы, когда окончите все, вы мне сообщите, хорошо?
You just heard our ground IV Stephanie Wilson give the go for Rajatari to release some of the cables of the HD camera. That will not mean that the current camera is free flying. He still needs to work to demate a jumper cable from the old HD camera before he can temporarily stow it out of the way to make room for the new camera.
Right, guys, I see ya. Don't see ya. No, you cannot see them behind you. A TS truck Green Oak at 3651. Okay?
You see Matthias Maurer on screen now, inching his way using the space station's exterior handrails. He's almost meeting up with astronaut Rajatari with the new camera for a bag swap.
Copy. Open the HD camera TA clamp and release the cables on the outside.
The cables are released. Yeah, upside down.
Roger, Matthias, from this position, are you able to do the bag swap?
I would say so. We should be able to, yeah.
Then we'd like you to execute the bag swap at this position.
I want to get some reps set up to do this. All right, guys, I see ya. Don't see ya, but no, you cannot see them behind you. I'm having your bag.
Roger, from this
He
position,
said
are you able to...
Yeah, for now, I'm just going to get a rep to it.
NZGLs, I believe earlier you reported no.
Okay, now where's your... You said your BRT rep? Yes, so I've got a rep for my mini workstation
Copy,
for the
discussing.
medium camera bag.
Putting your BRT rets onto RBVM bag. My BRT res off it. Yep, the jaws are open. That's coming back to you. I have it. I'm going to transfer this to my BRT now.
Roger, Matthias, from this position, are you able to do the bag swap?
Matthias Maurer successfully made his way to the camera port 8 work site where Rajachari is connected to the robotic arm. Matthias Maurer handed him the bag containing the new HD camera while Rajachari got rid of his RBVM bag that he gave to Matthias Maurer. So now that they've successfully completed the bag swap, Rajachari is working to attach his body restraint tether to the new camera, so he's got it handy with him.
I've got the medium RU bag with the new camera in it on my BRT, Stephanie. I'm having your bag.
Copy. Camera bags on EV1's BRT.
Yes, the other one is on me. Copy the bag is on EV2.
Copy EV2.
Okay, and if you, where's your, you said your BRT rets? Yes. Okay, I'm going to put your, so I've got a rets my mini workstation for the medium camera bag. Putting your BRT rets onto RBVM bag. My BRT res off it. The jaws are open. That's coming back to you. Okay, I have it. I think the next thing is this to my BRT now. Sounds like GCA to get to the NGGL.
I think that as well, but I'm checking.
ORU bag is on
Kayla,
my
Raja,
BRT
and Tom, we are ready for the maneuver to the NZGL position.
Copy. Your ground is good with the maneuver to the NZGL position. Roger, we are ready for your GCA. We understand body down. We ask for either protective clearance for your body and the camera, and we just need a distance.
Okay, copy. I've got the clearance for the camera. I can't see below my blueprint. I think about medium RU bag with my camera in it on my BRT, Stephanie. And try
Copy. Camera bags on EV1's BRT.
30 centimeters body down.
30 centimeters body down.
Copy, the M bag is on EV2, the BRT.
Copy EV2.
Starting motion.
Start GCA, starting motion. I see good motion, body down.
Good motion. 15 to go.
Copy. Continue.
You go. Ramping out motion.
Let's go another 10 centimeters.
Another 10 centimeters. Body down.
Yeah, I think the next thing is, I'm going to have to,
starting motion.
Sounds like GCA to get to the NGGL. You start ramping out.
I think that as well.
Ramping out.
Bring the hands on them. Okay, let's call GCA complete.
Be complete.
Kayla, Raja, and
Back the brakes.
Tom,
Brakes
we
are
ready
on.
for the maneuver
You go to work.
the NZGL position.
Roger, demate the light jumper cable from the
Copy.
HD camera.
You,
That's the
ground
collar
is good with the
connector.
maneuver to the NGGL
Demate Papa 2
position.
from J2.
Roger, we are ready for your GCA.
We're on the light jumper.
We understand body down. We ask for either protective clearance for your body and the camera, and we just need a distance.
Okay, copy. I've got the light jumper in. I can't see below my blueprint. I think that's out in open space anyway.
Copy. We'll take inspections.
And try. Okay, and the other one is Papa 2. What is the name of that one?
30 centimeters body
The
down.
light jumper is good pins, no files, good EMI band. The other one, socket.
Starting motion.
No files, good EMI band. Yeah, I see good motion, body down.
Good motion.
Copy. And did I hear
15 to go.
the PTU cable is also
To
demated?
go.
Okay, and the checks for that are also good?
Ramping out motion.
Let's
How's that?
go another 10 centimeters. That second one I gave you.
Another 10 centimeters.
Okay.
Body down.
But yeah, big one.
Starting motion.
Copy. Now you can lift the cam lever 90 degrees and remove the HD camera by sliding towards the connectors.
The old camera is now completely disconnected from the space station, and now Rajachari is working to remove it.
Apply for brakes. Brakes are on. You go to work. Copy.
Roger, demate the light jumper cable from the HD camera. That's the taller connector. Demate Papa 2 from J2.
Levers unlocked. Okay, working on the light jumper. Nice job. Old camera is off.
Copy, you can temp stow that on the outside of the ORU bag and retrieve the WAP HD camera from the bag to install onto the SD camera.
And there it is, the old camera facing the Earth from the International Space Station, now disconnected and in the arms of astronaut Rajachari as he places it back into a bag to temporarily stow it out of the way so that he can focus on installing the new camera.
Copy. And did I hear the PTU cable is also demated?
Yes.
Okay, and the checks for that are also good?
Bag going to the cutter point of the camera, so I'm taking my rep off the lip.
Copy. Now you can lift the cam lever 90 degrees and remove the HD camera by sliding towards the connectors.
Okay. Cam levers unlocked. Good, nice job. Okay, old camera is off.
Copy, you can temp stow that on the outside of the ORU bag and retrieve the WAP HD camera from the bag to install onto the SD camera.
AET on the external bags going to the cutter point of the camera, so I'm taking my reps off the lips, back, bag.
You see the brown window cover coming into view on the camera. Rajachari just installed that prior to unhooking all of the cables that connected the camera to the space station, and he's now working to put it safely away in a bag. He'll be working in reverse when installing the new camera, first removing the window cover and then mating the wireless access port and a light jumper cable.
You're trying to find your line that marks the cam lever is in the lock position, but kind of bounces around in 0G. But I don't think it's actually all the way on. Find
Copy, the cam lever is locked, and did you happen to see it pop out and then pop back in as you were sliding it on?
Yeah, it's not on all the way. I can see the alignment mark now.
Copy.
Well, it's still got a ways to go. It's kind of stuck. Flash on the top. Again, just
It is not flush on the top, so I can see it's not fully in.
Working on trying to. Does it seem like it's aligned, like it's up down? It's kind of stuck where it's at. I don't want to move up anymore.
It's tiny little bit canted. Just wiggle it and then push from the top.
I'm going to back it down a little bit, see if I can.
I think on my side there is on the MLI, on the box that you slide it over, there's a small forward.
The cam lever is in the lock position.
Sliding further in.
But kind of bounces around in 0G.
This camera installation is the second major task of the spacewalk today for NASA astronaut Raja Chari and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Marr. The first major task of the day and the priority of today's EVA was to install hoses to the radiator beam valve module to one of the radiators on the space station. Raja Chari, aboard the robotic arm, was able to mate both sides of the hoses between the radiator beam valve module and the radiator itself, open some valves so that ammonia can flow through at the command of the mission control here in the ground at a later date, and he also installed heater cables that the ground verified were installed correctly and were working properly. Now they're moving on to the camera installation. The old camera worked fine, but this new one provides improved two-way high data rate communication between external payloads and our Earth.
To me, it just feels like it's not wanting to move.
No, I don't think it's on my side that actually, like, now that you wiggle it, it should be clear of that area. You pull it out completely again, and then...
I thought I made some progress there. I can't tell.
Yeah.
I think it's close, actually, now. It did go a little bit down a little bit. See if I could. Felt like it moved. Like, there's so much fiction stuff that I can't tell if that cam block is moving around.
On the box that you slide it over, there's a small forward that keeps it from sliding further in.
And Roger, we copy. We're looking at the crib sheet.
I'm going to try to unlock the cam lever and pull it down.
Understand you. The alignment mark is hard to gauge and difficult to align. Are you able to push the cam lever to verify it's locked?
My back's off a bit. Hold. Get better.
But try to push it back in.
It is in a locked position, but it's been in the locked position the whole time. It's not.
It's definitely from my position. I can see that most outermost kind of width with the cooling side, that is kind of still like proceeding on top of the other box. So I would say like kind of 3-4 centimeters. That's the expected.
I'm trying to convince myself there's an alignment mark is flush on the right. Looks like it is in my mirror. But that definitely moved from what it was at before, but based on how much force I was having to exert, I don't
like now that you wiggle it,
I definitely couldn't
be clear of that.
Observe the cam buckle pop up and down.
Copy. And Matthias, are you saying that the camera is not parallel from your vantage point?
It's close actually now. It did go up a little bit.
From my view, the camera is now installed. The end of it.
There's so much fiction stuff that I can't tell if that camera block is moving or not.
It's not flush with the box that it is installed to. There's still 3 centimeters of height
difference. Roger, we copy. We're
they should be only allowed. There's a black alignment mark on my side.
Copy. I understand you. The alignment mark is hard to gauge.
One idea, as I could GTA.
Are you able to push the cam lever to verify
out the other side, to the PA clamp side, then I'd be able to definitely see those alignment marks straight on. It is in a locked position, but it's been in a pull back here too. I mean, it's not moving either direction.
I can see that.
They're not to pull down on it.
And we understand. Roger, move the cam lever to the unlocked position and try to partially remove the camera approximately a 1/4 inch. Push the cam lever into the lock position and then attempt to move it towards install.
I'm trying to convince myself there's an alignment mark. Unlock, move it a 1/4 inch and then back down. Right. right?
Correct.
It looks like it is in my rear quarter inch. So it definitely moved from where it was at before, but I think I just, based on how much force I was having to exert, I definitely couldn't observe the cam buckle pop up and down. It should be installed, that's check.
Copy. And Matthias, are you saying that the camera is not parallel from your vantage point?
Yes, black.
From my view, the camera is now installed.
I'm looking through a mirror. You obviously can't see this. There's a set of screws around.
It's not flush with the box that is installed. There's still 3 centimeters
clamp side of the new camera. And they shouldn't be totally aligned. The black alignment mark lines up with the second screw on the bottom, and that second screw is aligned with the SD camera. So one idea, I couldn't be confident that those are lined, but if on the ground, if that black line, the alignment mark on the HD camera and that second screw aren't actually parallel to each other, they look in the mirror, then maybe if not, but do a pull test too. But I can tell it's not in the mirror, they are aligned. And I did see the cam lever pop that time.
And we understand. Roger, move the cam lever to
the down on it, not moving.
And try to partially
remove the camera
approximately
when I had the cam lever, the cam lever unlocked open, I was able to slide it down, and now I can't slide it down. So it seems two confirming things. So it is in move it a quarter inch and then back down. Right?
Correct.
There's a quarter inch. I think it just popped.
Roger, thanks for the words and the description. Can you confirm that cam lever receded back to the lock position?
It did.
Okay, thanks for the troubleshooting. We're calling this a good install. Nicely done.
So I'm looking through a mirror. You obviously can't see this. There's a thing I think we're taking around.
Next.
Just point the scoop off and the window cover off?
Yes, next is to remove the scoop and the window cover, stow it in the ORU bag. You can also stow the old camera in the ORU bag and close up the back.
And the black alignment mark lines up with the second screw on the bottom, and that second screw is aligned with the
And our ground team here just confirmed with NASA astronaut Roger Chari that he had a good installation of the camera.
Black line, the alignment mark on the HD camera, and that second screw aren't actually parallel to each other. They look in the mirror, and maybe if not, but best I can tell in the mirror, they are aligned. And I did see the cam lever pop that time. I'm pulling down on it, it's not moving.
We're discussing.
Typically when I had the cam lever, when I had the window cover off, I was able to slide it down, and now I can't slide it down, so it seems
Copy.
Confirming things that it is in. Put on the old camera.
Могу тут посмотреть вот эти воздуховоды на предмет намокания.
Roger, thanks for the words and the description. Can you confirm that cam lever receded back to the lock position?
It did.
Okay, thanks for the troubleshooting. We're calling this a good install. Nicely done.
And I think we're taking, at this point, the scoop off and the window cover off?
Yes, next is to remove the scoop and the window cover, stow it in the ORU bag. Can also stow the old camera in the ORU bag and close up the back.
You're getting a view now of both cameras, both old and new.
The bag, and since we've been in darkness for a bit, can you let us know how your hands are feeling?
My hands are feeling good. It's hard to know if that was the question.
Yes, that was the question. Thank you. That's nice to hear, and we're about 3 minutes to a day pass.
Yes. Scoop the window cover off, going back in the bag.
Copy.
Turn on the old camera.
Chari is now putting the old disconnected camera back into the bag. This is going to go back into the airlock with them at the end of the EVA.
The reps are readjusted. With the old window cover, or the new window cover in the bag, and the old one's going into the bag now.
Copy. Matthias, while Raja is buttoning up the bag, and since we've been in darkness for a bit, can you let us know how your hands are feeling?
My hands are feeling good. It's hard to know if that was the question.
Yes, that was the question. Thank you. That's nice to hear.
Yeah,
and
thanks for checking.
We're about 3 minutes to a day pass.
Okay, okay. One one's in the bag. It's zipped up. And I think we're ready to do engine yells on the new one. Correct?
That's affirmed. Mate PTU cable to the WAP HD camera.
PTU first, which is the shorter one. The reps are readjusted. With the old window cover, or the new window cover in the bag, and the old one's going into the bag now.
Copy. We'll take good inspections, and you can mate P4 to J1.
The PTU cable is mated to J1, then the light jumper, the taller, going to J2. Still good pins, no fog, good EMI.
Copy.
So after Chari successfully clicked the new camera into place, now he's going to be working on bringing it online. His tasks for right now are routing the wireless access port cable, and then once all of the cables are attached, he's going to be working to make sure that those cables are nice and tucked out of the way so that the camera has room to pitch and yaw and look at whatever we're asking it to without being caught up by some wires.
Wire tie and the WAP cable to the PTU cable and light jumper.
The PTU first, which is the shorter one. Putting those to the TA clamp first, and then the wire tie.
Here it has the wire tie and then the routing to the TA clamp, but whatever works, whatever you think will work best.
I think we're trying to get the TA clamp so it's less stuff floating around you.
Copy. We'll take good inspections, and you can mate P4 to J1.
The PTU cable is mated to J1, then the light jumper, the taller, going to J2. Still good pins, no fog, good EMI.
Copy.
And on both, the lever is full forward.
For some background on what you're seeing here, spacewalkers have installed multiple wireless access port capable HD cameras in various locations around the outside of the International Space Station, the last two being installed in early 2001. But this is going to be the first time that a camera has been completely taken off and replaced with a new unit rather than just installing the new unit at an area where they're able to connect it.
Here it has the wire tie and then the routing to the TA clamp, but whatever works, whatever you think will work best.
I think we're trying to get the TA clamp so it's less stuff floating around you. That's wired to the PTU and light jumper cable. The PTU and light jumper cable are through the TA clamp.
Copy.
We're ready to go to the PQ cable restraint back-off position.
That's correct. You can work with Kayla and Tom.
Okay, and that is a go, I think. Is that the correct amount of GCA? Or do you need to back me out of where I'm at?
We copy. Roger. Our brakes are coming off. We're going to start motion, body out 1 meter, and we'll incorporate body up 45.
Copy.
Starting motion, body out.
Camera installation can be a tricky job for the spacewalkers due to just the nature of the stanchions that they're mounted to. With the addition of the wireless access port capability, the crew also has to keep in mind the intricate installation of clamps and straps to make sure that the hardline Ethernet connection to the back of the camera doesn't get tangled when the camera pans or tilts for whatever operation it may be supporting at the time.
See the body out motion. Okay. That's wired to the PTU and light jumper cable. The PTU and light jumper cable are through the TA clamp.
Copy.
I think we're ready to go to the PTU cable restraint back-off position.
That's correct. You can work with Kayla and Tom.
Okay, and that is a go, I think. Is that the correct amount of GCA? Or do you need to back me out of where I'm at?
We copy. Roger. Our brakes are coming off. Wrapping out motion, setting up for the Joecast. We're going to start motion, body out 1 meter, and we'll incorporate body up 45.
Copy.
Starting motion, body out. And standing by for motion.
I'm turning over to Twitter now to take one of the Ask NASA questions that we received from Elaine, who's asking when the new camera will be operational. To answer her question, the new camera will be operational as soon as we route the Ethernet cable on the back end of the HD camera and made it to the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed as his first task of the spacewalk.
Roger, we're starting a 1 minute Joecast. Will be to your right, 1.3 meters. Starting motion. Okay, good motion. Wrapping out motion, setting up for the Joecast. Roger, the second of the 2 Joecasts will be 2 minutes, again to your right, and you'll be facing the camera. Roger, we're starting a 1 minute Joecast. Will be to your right, 1.3 meters. Starting motion. Okay, good motion. Copy, good motion. Roger, the second of the two JOCASs will be 2 minutes, again to your right, and you'll be facing the camera.
Good. Works right.
Starting motion. So we're setting up for the next manual maneuver.
Copy. And then, let's see if anything you need to talk with or Stephanie, anything before we set up the GCA? No. Just saying vital words when you need to. Copy. All right. Pressure to cable. When you're ready, Tom, I'm ready for the GCA to the published PC cable or straight access position.
Houston concurs.
And Roger, we copy, stand by.
Yep, no worries. As soon as the sun's out of my eyes here, Houston, I'll be able to tell you definitively about that alignment mark, but I'm looking right at it now. But...
Copy.
You can probably see it actually in the camera view. The top of the black line is most definitely flush with the bottom of the SD camera.
Roger, we're ready for your GCA to publish. Half a meter, body in.
Okay. And clear. All right, let's start GCA.
Body GCA, starting motion.
I've got the clearance between my helmet and WS.
Rajachari now doing a quick evaluation of the cables that he's been plugging in to get this camera online, confirming with the ground that he installed it properly, and they confirmed that all looks good.
And let's see if anything you talk with or Stephanie, anything before we set up the GCA? No. Just saying vital words when you need to. Copy. All right. Pressure to cable. When you're ready, Tom, I'm ready for the GCA to the published PC cable or straight access position.
Houston concurs.
Time to go, slowing down.
Copy.
Roger, we copy, stand by.
Yep, no worries.
To stop, let us know if you need additional GCA.
I think this is going to work just fine.
Get GCA complete or go to work.
Roger, route the WAP cable through the PTU cable restraint.
Copy. You can probably see it actually in the camera view. It is the top of the black line.
Rajachari now working to route the wireless access port cable, basically doing some cable management here so that the wires are nice and tucked out of the way.
We're ready for your GCA to publish. Half a meter, body in.
Okay. And clear. All right, let's start GCA.
Body GCA, starting motion.
I've got the clearance between my helmet and WS. Good motion.
Copy, good motion. 40 centimeters to go.
Copy.
$20 to go. $5 to go, slowing down.
Copy, looks good.
To stop, let us know if you need additional GCA.
I think this is going to work just fine. Let's call GCA complete.
Get GCA complete or go to work.
Copy.
Roger, route the WAP cable through the PTU cable restraint.
We've now reached the 5-hour mark of our spacewalk with astronaut Rajachari. On screen now, you're looking from his point of view as he works to install a new high-definition camera to the outside of the International Space Station.
Between the units, copy, or have Matthias tend the cable for you.
We'll just have him tend it since he's there.
You were just looking at the camera from his point of view. Now we're getting a wider view of Rajachari with the red stripes on his spacesuit at the end of the robotic arm doing some work. Matthias Maurer is in the spacesuit without any marks on it at the top of your screen.
Does it matter? I don't know if you can see my HECA view. Does the WAP cable, does it matter if it goes above or below the light jumper cable?
Checking.
I don't think it would make a difference. Only like a quarter-inch difference in routing. In the meantime, I'll have you grab onto this end if you can get it.
Right, start over, and then I can grab it.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, see, you tell me when you got it.
Almost have it.
Okay. Be sure it's fine the way it is, especially because it's the fact that it's wire tied to the outside of that CA clamp routing. I think it's got to be like that, but or it doesn't matter.
And Roger, we copy. We were looking at the imagery and the loop. It should be more aligned with the light cable, and so you can open the lock lever on the restraint, and in a sense flip the cable over so that the marshmallows reverse, and then reinstall it into the clamp, and then the loop will be in your view at the bottom.
Oh, I see. Got you. Okay, yep, that's my bad.
Rajachari working at the ground now with the exact route that he should be taking the wireless access port cable. There's very specific instructions from the ground on exactly how they want this wire to be placed, to be out of the way, so that the camera has the ability to move all around.
Have it? Yeah, don't take it yet, though. Okay. Just out of the way. I see on the WVS, with both cables in there, it's hard to get that clamp depressed enough to pull the lock lever out. So I'm trying to find a position where I can do that.
And we copy. We see that as well, right? The cables are filling up putting some back pressure on that lever. Our only words are to continue doing what you're doing, which is push in and rotate the lock lever towards the light.
There we go.
You're getting a live look at Mission Control in Houston now, the International Space Station's flight control room during a brief handover period. To recap what Rajachari has done on the second task that he's working on, he's replacing an HD camera on the outside of the International Space Station. He was able to unhook the old camera and remove it from its stanchion without any problems. The old camera is now stowed on his person. He has successfully put the new camera on to the stanchion and is working to get it routed properly with the right cables and in the right positions.
We like the plan. Our only words are to continue doing what you're doing.
Copy, Roger. We're going to be moving you body out 55 centimeters. Stand by for motion. Starting motion now, body out.
Yeah. While I'm doing this, I just want to get your confirmation that this looks like a good install for this camera since I'm not going to see this line of marks. There we go. Houston.
Once we come back, the ground crew is going to take a look at Rajachari's work, make sure that all the cables are exactly where they would like it to be. And we've confirmed good installation. His next task is going to be looking for the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed as one of his first tasks of the spacewalk.
Like I said, it's the very top part of the black line is touching the back SD camera line. It's not, I'm not sure if it's touching centered on the black, but it's touching black, but not completely to the bottom of the black, if that makes sense.
And we understand with all the checks you performed, we're happy.
Sounds good.
Roger, we're setting up for one of 3 JOCASs.
All right, sounds good. Ready. With that, I think for catching me, putting that cable running the opposite direction position, I believe. Okay, so you just basically hold that.
Your intuition was correct. It didn't quite match what we had seen before. So good talking about it also.
Copy, Roger. We're going to be moving you body out 55 centimeters. Stand by for motion.
The cable cap, and making the cables already.
Starting motion now, body out.
Or do you want to stand by until they're fully done with
I just want to get your confirmation that this looks like a good install for this camera since I'm not going to see this line of marks.
Checking, Matthias.
Houston.
Roger, thanks for the report and the imagery. We concur. It's a good install.
Okay. And as well for the HD camera itself, I mean, just now you can see the side profile. There's other references besides the alignment marks. Like I said, it's the very top part of the black line is touching the back SD camera line. It's not, I'm not sure if it's touching centered on the black, but it's touching black, but not completely to the bottom of the black, if that makes sense.
And we
So we're about
understand
to start
with all
motion,
the checks
body
you
left,
performed, we're happy.
and you'll be turning to spaceport.
Good, sounds good.
2-minute JOCAS, starting motion. Roger, we're setting up for one of 3 JOCASs.
All right, sounds good. Ready.
And Rajachari is about to be in motion on the robotic arm, slightly moving to a different position so that he can work at the back of the camera.
Putting that cable running the opposite direction.
Yep, your intuition was correct. It didn't quite match what we had seen before. So good talking about it also.
Stephanie, is there anything that I could do on my end here with the cable cap, and making the cables already? Or do you want me to stand by until we're fully done with Russia's steps?
Checking, Matthias.
So we're about to start motion, body left, and you'll be turning to spaceport.
Good.
2-minute JOCAS, starting motion.
Rajachari now approaching the back of the camera on the end of the robotic arm. This task will bring the camera online. The new camera is operational as soon as the Ethernet cable on the back is mated with that of the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed earlier.
We're starting motion for the second of 3 geocaches, 1.5 minutes. Station forward, and you'll be facing the camera.
Sounds good.
Chari's been largely responsible for the installation of this camera, Matthias Maurer having gone into the airlock to get the new camera for Chari. At this step, we should expect to see Matthias Maurer help out once again connecting the Ethernet cable that he had routed. And right on cue, you see Matthias Maurer at the top of your screen, ready in position to assist Rajachari.
Matthias, thanks for offering up to work with the Ethernet cable. If you feel you can do that and keep it smooth and not twisted, we're ready for you to mate the WAP cable J1 to the Ethernet cable Papa 1.
Copy all, and I will work on this one. First retrieve the cap.
Roger, we're about to start the 2.5 minute geocache. Body into the camera. You'll be about 75 centimeters away from the camera at the end.
Copy. See good pins, no faults, good EMI band.
Copy. You can mate J1 to Papa 1.
Okay. Lever over center.
Copy over center. Thank you.
Behind you, Matthias. Closer.
You're getting a view now as our spacewalking astronauts install the wireless access port cable hardware to the Ethernet cable that Matthias Maurer had routed previously.
That is from my hand off you. If you can stay there for now so you can hand me the cable once I get there. Okay. And my safety tether is right 1.5 meters above your head. Above my head? Oh, I see. It's below your head, but it's going up to my left.
Olá, estamos de volta. Boa tarde para você que está nos assistindo. Muito obrigado pelas suas curtidas, obrigado pela interação. Obrigado para você que já é inscrito no canal, já deixou o seu like. Muito obrigado mesmo. Para você que não me conhece, meu nome é Robson Rodrigues, sou repórter, editor e apresentador aqui do canal Olhar Sideral. Nosso canal é voltado para assuntos relacionados à astronáutica, astronomia, ciência e tecnologia. Se essa é a sua primeira vez aqui no canal, aproveite, deixe o seu like, se inscreva, marque o sininho de notificações para que você possa estar sempre informado com as nossas postagens. Tá certo? Se você gosta desse tipo de conteúdo, compartilhe com os amigos, convidem a assistir o nosso canal. Ficamos muito felizes com a presença de vocês. E não se esqueça também de compartilhar nas suas redes sociais, tá bom? Bom, para hoje, como vocês já estão assistindo, temos aí essa caminhada espacial muito legal. 23 de janeiro, 23 de março de 2022, a qual é designada como a US EVA 80. 2 astronautas instalarão, ou melhor, já instalaram as mangueiras em um módulo de válvula do feixe do radiador, que direciona a amônia para os radiadores de rejeição do calor da estação, para manter o sistema de temperatura de forma adequada dentro da Estação Espacial Internacional. E os membros da tripulação também instalarão um cabo de energia e dados na plataforma científica do Bartolomeu do módulo Columbus. E também substituirão uma câmera, aliás, já estão nesse procedimento da substituição da câmera externa na armação da estação e realizarão outras atualizações no hardware também da estação. Lembrando que a nossa transmissão tem o apoio cultural da Itanet, a maior e a melhor rede de fibra ótica de toda a região. Deixa eu soltar aqui, isso aí. Bom, para você que precisa de uma internet, temos aqui a promoção 200 MB, instalação grátis, R$ 89,90, mais Wi-Fi Nitro e também o Paramount. Agora, se você precisa de uma internet um pouco menor, velocidade um pouco maior, tem também 600 MB, instalação grátis, Wi-Fi Nitro, Paramount, Noggin e Hero por R$ 129,99. Acesse o site www.itanet.com.br. A Itanet é a maior e a melhor rede de fibra ótica de toda a região, atendendo ao sul do Espírito Santo, norte e noroeste fluminense do estado do Rio de Janeiro, região dos Lagos, região metropolitana 1 e 2, e ficamos muito felizes para você que já é cliente da Itanet. E para você também que não conhece, acesse o site www.itanet.com.br e confira os combos e as facilidades que a Itanet tem a lhe oferecer. Bom, vamos então estar de volta aqui para a caminhada espacial de hoje. Essas imagens lindas e maravilhosas da Estação Espacial Internacional, mostrando aí o planeta Terra. Inclusive está passando no Brasil agora nesse momento, em cima do centro-oeste ali na região do Amazonas. Deixa eu ver aqui, ó, pelo mapa da ESA, né? Do track da ESA, mostra a posição em tempo real da Estação Espacial Internacional. Bom, daqui a pouquinho estaremos de volta com mais informação para você. Não deixe de deixar o seu like. Para você que ainda não deixou, para você que está chegando agora, deixe aí o seu like para fortalecer o canal. Compartilhe com os amigos, compartilhe nas suas redes sociais. Ficamos muito felizes com a presença de vocês, certo? Até daqui a pouco então, daqui a pouquinho a gente volta.
There you go. Live to go.
That looks good. I may have to go body down. You're in the wrong spot. The notch.
Motion stopped and copy. You want body down at this time.
I'm just evaluating here.
You're now watching NASA astronaut Rajachari there in the spacesuit with the red stripe on it, upside down in our view. We're looking from the point of view of Matthias Maurer. Maurer is coming in with the assist and is ready to help out Rajachari anytime he needs it.
This goes on the side closest to the teeth. I got it. The side closest to my feet. Shading it. It looked flush, but it's actually, that's the notch. I just don't know whether I have a GCA or not. I'm pretty sure I found it at least. Okay. The locking tab is in. let me give you a quick solid view of it, make sure we agree that's the right spot, but that's the notch I was expecting to see.
Завершаем. Шаг 9 выполняем.
Okay, we concur that's the right spot. I believe you said the locking tab is in, and can you verify the alignment guide is flush with the PTU and give it a pull test?
Copy, flush, and good pull test.
Copy, you can retrieve the adjustable from the clamp and stow that on the bag exterior.
Adjustables off the clamp.
Verify no twists or loops in the WAP cable, and then you'll work with Kayla and Tom for the GCA to the strap install.
It looks like a straight running along the dog leg, and I see it running off onto the Pearson side. And see if there's anything you need info on before I take the comm again.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
It's a help you. Nothing else.
All right, Tom, I'm ready to get GCA to publish strap install position.
Hey, copy that. We'll be asking you to especially look at your body, and your head will be end up half a meter from the truss.
Okay.
Going body up 40 centimeters. Starting GCA on your call.
Copy. Start GCA.
Starting motion.
SC motion body up.
Ready to go.
Okay, let's ramp it out here.
Ramping out.
Yeah, I'm just evaluating here. Let's see the spot. Yeah, I think this is going to work actually where we're at without getting the rest of it. Check 70, or am I way off? Sorry, that's it. What was left? Just more body up, or was there any other versions left?
10 meters body up, still left.
Okay, let's just end GCA here.
Copy, NGCA.
Want to hand me?
Roger, you'll go to work.
Copy.
And Roger, if you feel you can access the tether point on the front to install the front part of the WAP strap with the quarter turn fastener, then that's a good position.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I think if I kept going, I would have gone too high to reach it.
So place the quarter turn fastener side on the electronics box tether point with the Velcro towards the stanchion base. Mating Velcro should be facing outward.
The quarter turn fastener should be facing me, or closer to me, or away from me?
Away from you.
Makes sense.
And you'll place your good call.
Make sure there's no twist in this first. I go over with you for a second. I'll twist it over here.
And Roger, one change before you continue. The Velcro should be on the nadir side.
Chari now working with the ground on how to manage the cables between the camera, the stanchion, and a strap that he's installing with wire ties and Velcro, basically keeping the cables out of the way so that the camera has free range of motion.
Where's our cable twisted? goes on the main side and the short-term fasteners towards me.
So Roger, the cable needs to route around the other side of the camera, if that makes sense. So it should come from towards your left hand and then feed around. So that's the confusion.
Okay.
Matthias Maurer now assisting Rajachari as he brings the wire around to the other side of the camera and handing it back to Chari. Maurer is assisting in this operation as Chari gets his wires configured exactly where they need to go. There's a very specific path that these wires need to take to stay out of the way.
The cable makes a bend back towards me.
And that's affirmed.
Okay. I just wasn't expecting it. Sorry about that. I wasn't expecting it to be that bend.
I know there's no upside down in space, but it's kind of upside down.
Okay, corridor track towards me now makes a lot more sense. Velcro is out and nadir, and then this end is going around just the long wire tied to Matthias. And let me untwist it here first, Matthias, before I hand it off to you. You see if there's twisted on your side at all? Give it some stuff. Okay, now you can push.
That thin rust color thing you see flying into view is a wire tie. Wire ties are one of the many tools in a spacewalker's arsenal, and they're used to keep cables tidy and out of the way.
Should be clear. That? It looks like it. Okay, there's no twist on my side. I see the alligator hook is on the outside of the strap. The black cable is outside the strap, so that looks good. Can hold it for today. Got it for a second? Yeah. All right.
Chari is working with a checklist now. A couple of ways to verify that what he's doing is correct. He'll be placing a fastener and making sure that the Velcro is facing the stanchion. He'll be using his wire ties to route the strap around the section that he's working on and to pull it tight. He'll verify that the strap is flat and verify that there's no slack on the strap that he's installing now. We're now 5 hours and 30 minutes of spacewalking time.
You want to tighten your side. It should go around the circle part of the bottom and then the square on the top, which looks like it is. Right.
Good words.
I'm going to put the wire tie through it.
It sounds like you checked that the strap is flat, and I heard a call about the French hook on the exterior.
French hook is on the exterior, and the black cable is outside the black strap. Run the wire tie through it now. The wire ties to the tether point and then just pushed up the profile against the Velcro. Is there a better place to get that excess wire, Stephanie, or are you guys happy with that? Or I can widen it on something else if you want?
And Roger, that's good. We like the config of the strap and the wire tie.
Copy. All right, so then for the rest of this cable, you need to put those through the A clamps, or just run down. Take the slack out that you want now, Matthias. Yeah, we'll do it.
And the slack that's in the cable is good because we need that for the pan and tilt ability.
Okay. So we don't want to run through the A clamps. Okay.
And the ground just confirmed with our spacewalkers that that's a good installation of the wireless access port capable HD camera on the outside of the International Space Station.
And Roger, we need you to verify the SD camera lens hood is square to the camera.
I say that again. The SD what camera?
The camera lens hood is square to the camera, so that's all in line and flush. And we can see this in the video, and we show it in a good config.
Okay.
Right, there's one warning, and then I'll give some words to Matthias, and then you can work with Kayla and Tom for the next position. When powered, maintain 4 inches to keep out zone from the HD camera quartz apertures, and that will apply for your maneuver that you'll work with them for the strap back off position. For Matthias, with the work at the camera complete, we'd like you to proceed via the nadir route to panel A316.
Okay, by the nadir route, okay. I need to wait a little bit till Roger moves out, so I can actually pass it off that second. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Matthias, I didn't quite...
Roger, if you're ready, we'll give you your... Roger, if you're ready, we'll start your manual maneuver. 80 centimeters, body out.
Yep, let's go ahead and do the body out. Matthias, you want to hold it for a second as you're bumping in?
Direction 1.5 meters, body out.
Okay. Ready?
Matthias, I did not copy your last.
I said, like, I will wait if I move out so Roger's out of the way, until Roger's out of the way, otherwise we have a small conflict in my translation part.
And Rajachari is in motion on the robotic arm, once again having completed the installation of the camera. However, he's not quite done at that work site. What's left is to conduct a ping test on the camera, just making sure that we're able to communicate with it and that the installation was good. Meanwhile, with Rajachari on the move, Matthias Mara will make his way to his next work site as well.
Matthias, as you're translating via the nadir route en route to a panel Alpha 316, there's one caution: avoid inadvertent contact with grapple fixture shafts to prevent bending target and liberating dry lube.
I copy this. And I understand I go nadir because the transfer is powered, right?
And for Matthias, friendly reminder, slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah.
Houston, we're standing by for the CP8 ping test.
And we copy. Stand by, that's in work.
The ping test is now underway.
Matthias, as you're translating via the nadir route en route to a panel Alpha 316, there's one caution: avoid inadvertent contact with grapple fixture shafts to prevent bending target and liberating dry lube.
I copy this. And I understand I go nadir because the transfer is powered, correct?
And for Matthias, friendly reminder, slow and steady wins the race.
Copy all.
And Houston, we're standing by for the CP8 ping test.
And we copy?
You're getting a view now of Matthias Maurer moving on to his next work site. Once Maurer reaches his destination, he'll be working to reconfigure some panels. What this does is set us up to replace a mini pump module next to the existing pump module in the unlikely event of failure of our existing pump module.
For Matthias and Raja, we're about 8 minutes to a night pass. And also, Matthias, we're a couple minutes from overflying your hometown in Germany.
Copy all. We'll see you during the night then?
It should still be day.
And we just got confirmation that the ping test is good. That was a successful installation of the new camera and replacement of the old one. This ping test verifies that mission control here on the ground can communicate with the camera, and it has the ability to send it commands to move the camera about for different views.
So, do you have the handle for me? And now let's check again.
Close to the...
Handle 3612. Close to the ATA. But probably to the other side of the ATA. Yeah, okay. I see that.
Yes, then you've gone nadir using outboard ATA handrails, and then when you see a starboard tool stanchion, you'll go zenith to handrail 3549. It should still be day.
And now that we've verified good communications with the new camera installed, thanks to the teamwork of Rajachari and Matthias Maurer, our EV1 Rajachari is good to egress the SSRMS, our robotic arm, and start cleaning up. This involves taking off the portable foot restraint and putting it back on the seated cart and doing some cleanup tasks while Matthias Maurer reconfigures those panels.
To have you move towards SSRMS cleanup, but there will be several arm motions to get you to the APFR egress position.
So you want me to go ahead and move to the port key handle back off though, and then get from there?
And Roger, we're going to back you off and then do 2 JOCASs.
So,
and that's affirmed. Houston concurs.
Stephanie, do you have the handle?
No, you are go to the port key handles back off position and copy successful ping test. Caleb was specifically requested 1 ping only, so glad it worked out.
We copy, stand by, formation.
I'm at 3612. Stephanie, I'm close to the ATA. Looking at J919, to the other side of the ATA. That's currently attached to a bed space. Oh, yeah. So now it's relocated to the location bed space. That's correct?
You've gone nadir.
On the starting motion, it'll be a 1.5-minute showcast, 2 meters forward and starboard.
Tool stanchion. That's affirm, and 20 seconds to 20-second handover.
Thank you. Okay.
And for both of you, good news, the ping test was successful. And Roger, you can continue to work with Kayla and Tom. You can take WVS of the work site if you haven't already. Big picture, you'll end up maneuvering to the
and with a momentary loss of signal to the crew, we'll use this opportunity approaching the 5-hour and nearly 45-minute mark of the spacewalk as our spacewalkers are wrapping up their final tasks and heading for a cleanup. The primary task for this spacewalk was to replace 2 hoses on one of the space station's radiator beam valve modules, or RVBMs. An RVBM has 2 hoses or fluid jumpers that run out to one of the station's 6 radiators, which is part of the cooling system of the space station. More specifically and more technically, this component controls ammonia flow to the station's external thermal control system to the radiator beams to get rid of heat that is collected from the station's onboard equipment. Each RBVM contains sensors that monitor pressure, temperature, and the position of the valve. In other words, there's a box on the space station that can be controlled by flight controllers in mission control, and they're able to control the ammonia flowing through the radiators to cool down the orbiting lab. These hoses were found to have been leaking several years ago, removed during a previous spacewalk in 2018, fixed back on Earth, and flown to the space station once again. When the hoses were removed, that particular radiator beam valve module had to be shut down. Fortunately, the station has 6 radiators with 12 total RVBMs, so losing functionality on one did not significantly impact the station's ability to get rid of excess heat.
Your bag inventory while we're doing this geocast, Stephanie?
Yes, we'll take that, and also a glove and hap check.
We're back now with a live view from ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer as he's working to demate some cables.
6 meters later, and you're going to end up facing zenith. Starting motion.
Okay, copy. All right, I have a dry hap. No change on the right glove. The left glove, I got a smudge on my left palm near the thumb, but otherwise... The crew lock bag. On the external of the bag, I have 2 AET, and I have the TBA bag via an AET. I won't inventory the inside of that since we haven't opened it. And then I also have a large, small AET external on the bag.
Copy, checking.
And Stephanie, Stephanie, connector J918 is connected, and the cap is back on J919 on the bed face. The pins were good, no fault, could be an I-band, and I made it over center.
Copy all on the report, and nice work on A316.
Your bag inventory while we're doing this geocast, Stephanie? For the inside of the bag, Stephanie?
Yes, we'll take that, and also a glove and hap check. Stand by, Roger.
Roger, we're ready to start motion. You'll be in course rates. It'll be a 4.5-minute geocast, 7 meters starboard, 6 meters nadir, and you're going to end up facing zenith. Starting motion.
Okay, copy. All right, I have a dry hap. No change on the right glove. The left glove, I got a smudge on my left palm near the thumb, but otherwise... The crew lock bag. On the external of the bag, I have 2 AET, and I have the TBA bag via an AET. I won't inventory the inside of that since we haven't opened it.
Matthias, at this point, with your work on panel A316 complete, I'd like you to translate back to your green hook, pick that up, head to the port CETA cart, pick up the P4 crew lock bag that's on the CETA cart, bundle that with the RBVM crew lock bag, and head to the airlock to stow the bags.
Copy all. Thank you.
You're welcome. And for Roger, we are ready for the inventory on the inside of the bag.
Inside the bag, I've got the adjustable attached to a scoop and a window cover attached to the HD camera. And the HD camera is attached via one of the internal AET in the bag. That's how they point on it. Also inside, I see another adjustable that's attached to a small ret, and on one end of the adjustable is a scoop, brown scoop, on the other end, another HD camera cover. That is it.
Copy. Checking. The P4 crew lock bag. And that is a good inventory on the inside of the bag. Crew lock bag. And head to the airlock to stow the bags.
Copy all. Thank you.
You're welcome. And for Roger, we are ready for the inventory on the
Just
inside
for
of the bag.
completeness, I gave the pedal 2 clicks on the CETA card. Make sure that the brakes are open.
Copy. Thank you.
Inside the bag, I've got
You're getting a live view now of Rajachari on the robotic arm. You can see him center screen with a red stripe on his legs of his spacesuit. He's holding a free-flying bag that is attached to him. It contains an old camera that he unmounted from the International Space Station and replaced with a newer version. He's been aboard the robotic arm for the majority of the spacewalk, and now that his tasks are concluded out at the Camera Port 8 work site, he's going to be working to egress or get off of the arm and stow away his portable foot restraint that are on his feet now.
Copy. Checking. And that is a good inventory on the inside of the bag.
Just for completeness, I gave the pedal 2 clicks on the CETA card. Make sure that the brakes are open.
Switching over to Matthias Mahrer's view now, you're looking at his tool bags that he was bringing out with him. He's taking a quick inventory, make sure that he's got everything he needs to put back into the airlock.
Taylor, just so I understand the timeline / plan, am I just going to this position, set up the robo moves, or the intent to go here and see if we have time to do the port T handle?
And Raja, we are setting up to take you to the egress backoff position and to the FHRC for egress.
Okay.
So we're not doing the T-handles, and we're almost ready for that last showcase.
All right, thank you.
And Houston concurs.
Matthias Maurer at the CETA cart here. You can see the word CETA 1 on your screen sometimes as Matthias Maurer gets his eyes on it. If you remember from earlier in our coverage, the CETA cart is a place where spacewalkers can stow their tool bags temporarily. Matthias Maurer made several trips here throughout the spacewalk. First getting a reel of cables so that he could route the Ethernet cable to eventually lead to the camera port 8 work site, where the camera was installed to the Ethernet cable. He also got the tools needed to work on the Bartolomeo science platform here.
Okay, the reel bag? Yeah, the reel bag. Okay.
So we are starting motion. It'll be a 3.5 minute showcast. You'll be going forward in zenith, 5.5 meters each. And you'll turn around the face of the truss.
All right, sounds good. Ready?
Starting motion.
Tom Marshburn just communicated with Rajachari, indicating that he will be moving on the robotic arm to be in a position to egress or get off the arm.
And Matthias, we realized there was some comm going on with arm ops. Just wanted to double check that you were able to retrieve your green hook.
Let me check. I have my tether pack nicely bundled, and the CETA card picked up the P4 bag, bundled this also, and I'm on my way back. Currently I'm below the mobile transporter. The tether that you see routed in front of me is Rogers.
Yes, we concur. And when you were en route after leaving panel A316, did you translate past P1 to pick up your green hook?
Yes, I confirm. And the green hook is attached to my red reel.
Copy. Thank you, and that's a good config.
It's floating in front of me.
Okay, we're happy, and thank you for the report, and we'll speak with you again at the airlock.
Okay.
You're seeing the hands of ESA astronaut Matthias Marr as he's making his way back to the airlock. He verified with the ground here that he's got all the equipment that he needs and that his tethers are in the proper configuration to make his way back.
Roger, we are ready for your GCA to publish for the APFR ingress of the body in 2.5 meters.
Okay, I've got my crew outside clear. Matthias, you need to come? Are you good?
No, I'm on my way back. I'm almost at the seat sphere. So you take your time.
All right, might be waiting there for a while. I got some undoing to do here, but all right, I'm ready for GCA to publish APFR egress. Let's start GCA.
Copy, start GCA, starting motion. Starting motion.
Motion toward.
Roger, you have clearance on your body and the APFR boot plate.
I've got both of those.
Meter to go.
Copy. Continue.
Going. Ready to go.
Okay, still good.
And to go. Motion, and we are performing additional GCA if you need.
Okay, that should be good from here. So GCA complete.
Your GCA complete, stand by for brakes. Brakes are on, you're go for egress.
Copy. All right, I'm getting the EVA bag stowed onto the FHRC position. I can get out of the AT. EV2 is at the airlock.
Copy, EV2.
Can I open the hatch and insert the gear, or shall I wait for thermal constraints until Roger is back?
And Matthias, you can open the thermal cover. We'd like you to stow the bag bundle that you have in the airlock on a large, small ret. And then it's your choice. If you'd like to come back out and take some more photos, you can do that and just close the thermal cover.
Yep.
All right, I've egressed the APFR.
Just got confirmation that Rajachari has egressed the robotic arm and is now working to remove the portable foot restraint and put it back onto the CETA cart where he got it. You're looking now at ESA astronaut Matthias Marr, who's reached the Quest airlock. He's being tasked with putting some bags away and stowing them out of the way. He'll soon be joined by Rajachari at the airlock once the SSRMS, or robotic arm, has been configured and put away.
And as you work to remove the APFR, you can check the ingress aid is retracted.
And work right now.
Copy that.
This view is of the inside of the Quest airlock, where Matthias Maurer is stowing his equipment that was used during today's spacewalk out of the way. Once Chari installs the APFR, or we're talking about the portable foot restraint here, he's going to be working to swap his tethers over so that he can make his way over to the airlock as well.
That I brought into the airlock is stowed, and I'm lingering below the airlock.
And Houston copies as well. As you hang out below the airlock, you can close the thermal cover.
APFR is removed, getting it on my left side, and I'll start taking it over towards the seat of cart.
Copy, Roger. Matthias, we have a proposal. How do you feel about doing a bit of airlock pin imagery?
Oh, that's a good idea. Good idea. I do that.
And we copy.
Matthias Maurer is now opening the thermal cover so that he can take some pictures of the pip pin. This is a bolt on the airlock that was showing some minor wear and tear, and installing a new one was one of the get-ahead tasks from Toma Pesquet and Aki Hoshide back on one of their previous spacewalks. This is unrelated to today's spacewalk, but since Matthias Maurer has successfully stowed his equipment out of the way, the crew asked if he'd be willing to verify that the pip pin is still good and take some photographs of it, and Matthias Maurer agreed that he has time and is able to do so.
Outside of the forward, MLI.
You can see the camera that he'll be using to complete this task in his hands now.
Matthias, in your helmet view, it looks like it's the one to your left, kind of in the top of your view. Yeah, the next one over. Yep, that one.
Okay, I'm at putting this in the zenith starboard swing arm, which is where it came from. Sound right, Stephanie?
That is correct. And with 3, and stow it with a clocking of 6.
Stephanie, do you also want to have a helmet cam overview?
Yes, and I have some words for you.
Ready to copy?
This is installed at the width clocking of 6, Papa, box 6. We'll test black on the color.
Copy, and the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
Yes, locked and be depressed.
Excellent. You can perform your safety tether swap onto the striped hook and off of the arm.
Copy. It works.
And Matthias, for you, for the imagery, we're in particular looking for an equipment hook. Do you see that? Can you get eyes on that equipment hook?
Yes. Could even manipulate it if you want me to do it.
And we have good video of that. Just pause here for a moment.
Rajatari is now safely off of the robotic arm and is now a free-flying astronaut. He is moving his tethers from the robotic arm to the International Space Station so he can make his way back to the Quest airlock and join Matthias Maurer. Maurer is doing some imagery checks for the folks here on the ground.
And if you are able to get any close-up photos of that equipment hook, that would be appreciated as well.
Stephanie, do you also want to have a helmet cam overview? Cut photos. I'm sure of the focal distance. Delivered photos from this short 40 centimeters. But yes, I have plenty of photos. Ready to copy.
And Matthias, thank you very much. That completes the airlock pin imagery. You can hang out and continue to take photos as you like.
pull and twist test black on the collar.
Copy, and the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed. And we'll take the thermal cover closed as well.
Yes, locked, can be depressed.
Excellent. You can perform your safety tether swap onto the striped hook and off of the arm.
Just for completeness, I'm already attached to the internal ceiling.
Matthias, for you, for the imagery, we're in particular looking for an equipment hook. Do you see that?
And we copy. Thank you.
Can you get eyes on that equipment hook?
Yes. Could even manipulate it if you want me to do it.
And we have good video of that. Just pause here for a moment.
My red and white
Thank you, Matthias. That's good imagery. And if you are able to get any close-up photos of that equipment hook, that would be appreciated.
Single reel. That reel is unlocked. I'm going back to the arm to pick up that safety tether pack and the medium ORU bag, and then we'll come back here and get the little bag. Houston copies.
Houston copies.
I got photos. I'm sure of the focal distance delivers sharp photos from this short 30 centimeters. But yes, I have plenty of photos.
And Matthias, thank you very much. That completes the airlock pip pin imagery. You can hang out and continue to take photos as you like.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll take the thermal cover closed as well.
The International Space Station is currently in an orbital nighttime as it flies over the northern territory of Australia. However, the station will be moving into an orbital daytime shortly, and when Rajachari makes his way back to the crew lock, we should be able to get a good view of that in some nice daylight. This view gives us a good look at the tethers that Rajachari is working to disconnect. His feet used to be attached to the robotic arm, and all tethers were on the arm so that our robotic arm operators, Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron, could fly him to the various work sites. Now that his feet are free and he's already installed the portable foot restraint back onto the seated cart, you can see that he's got one last hook that he's grabbing for now to be fully back onto the station and off of the arm.
Houston copies.
My anchor hook is off the SSOMS lead tether points, and Tom, you have a go to maneuver that as you lead the arm.
And copy. We are going to leave the arm where it is, and we're safing at the end of step 40.
Copy. Working on getting the MRU bag back off the FHRC.
Copy.
My anchor hook is off USSOMS lead tether points. And Tom, you have a go to maneuver that as you lead the arm.
Copy. We are going to leave the arm where it is, and we're safing at the end of step 40.
Copy. Working on getting the EMRU bag back off the FHRC.
Copy.
And we're in a brief but expected handover period as our astronauts work to make their way back to the Quest airlock. Repressurization is set to begin within the half hour.
We'll need brake handles on both CETA carts, the inboard brake pedals 2 times.
That's port CETA cart to pick up the reel bag.
Rajachari is now safely tethered to the International Space Station, away from the station's robotic arm. He's grabbing the last of his belongings, including a bundle with an HD camera bag and an empty reel bag that Matthias Maurer had used earlier in the spacewalk to route some Ethernet cable. He'll stow that on his person and then make his way back to the airlock for repressurization.
Hitting the brake handle here again.
Yes, we'll need brake handles on both CETA carts, the
the inboard brake pedals 2 times.
Here in Mission Control, NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson was our ground IV today, communicating with our spacewalkers. We're able to hear her voice throughout our coverage today. Alex Kanaleko served as Capcom for the rest of the crew, including our robotic arm operators Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn. Paul Kanya is the flight director, overseeing the entire operation.
Just your best effort.
I can get this third corner tack down. I think it'll work a lot better on the way back.
Our spacewalk officer sits just behind them. The entire team meeting frequently throughout today's spacewalk to discuss tasks, time, and what everyone else had time for.
Ten seconds to a 20-second handover.
Come down the seat spirit. Don't hurry too much because I would like to take photos of you. Okay?
Brake handles on the inboard port seat cards.
Copy brake handles on the inboard port seat card.
Bundle didn't work so well. Stop again here. And trying to trace my safety tether back here since we tried to patch, but under a bunch of stuff under the MCs.
Bundling can sometimes be a bit of a misnomer, but just your best effort.
Yeah, under the MT. I can get this third corner tack down. I think it'll work a lot better on the way back.
Our spacewalkers Rajachari and Matthias Marr were a part of NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station. They arrived there on a spacecraft, which was a Crew Dragon, which they named Endurance. In case you missed it during the course of our coverage, Commander Kjell Lindgren of the Crew 4 mission, yet to fly but will be arriving to the space station soon, announced that the capsule name of their
Ten seconds to a 20-second handover.
Calm down the seat there, Spirit. Don't hurry too much because I would like to take photos of you. Okay?
Brake handles on the inboard port seat cards.
Copy. Brake handles on the inboard port seat card.
And trying to trace my safety tether back here since we try to put under a bunch of stuff under the MT. Under the MT.
Copy.
Place tether to your anchor hook. Am I clear to come down? Yep. Handles again, but you want the inboard one, so I'll get those when I get to the other side.
Copy.
Handles again.
Copy. Inboard
That's
brake
my
handles.
waist tether. Can I hand you my left waist tether to go to your anchor hook? You up over the left. I can get it because you've got a load tab, so I can pick up your anchor hook.
Yeah, I think like it's maybe better if you give me your back, or do you want to give it me on the inside?
Whatever you prefer.
If you can give it to me now, then I can push it in front of me. It might be the clearest.
I'm going to get a local down so I can work on that.
You're coming.
I'm going to see this for. Okay, so it's, I can start it halfway up there. Over. I don't know if the RT you're at. That's my tether looking. Yeah. Straight down to you, it looks like.
Yeah, very good, very clear. Straight down to here.
I think I heard you say you already have a base tether to the airlock rate extender.
That's correct. My next steering with my left right thing is to have the steering extender on the airlock so that our load
do you want to put something attached to it? You want to get down there after you take care of bag, on you. Base tether to your anchor hook.
In front of me.
Okay.
Take a last look before I can.
Take it out. I got to set up my code up here to get up here anyways.
Matthias, we copy. You have the bag bundle on a ret to you, and as you ingress, you can also power off your HECA.
It goes off. I'm now in the aft position, but I think that's no big deal.
Matthias, you can open the thermal cover.
How do we want to do this so we don't tangle our tethers here in the end game? To come around.
Well, I mean, you pick them up anyway.
Okay.
See, that's already my waist tether. That's the choose in the
Can I hand you my left waist tether to go to your anchor hook?
And with EB2's waist tether already attached to the airlock D-ring extender, Matthias, when you're ready, you can give Raja a go to release your anchor hook.
I think like it's maybe better if you give me your back, or do you want to give it me on the inside?
Whatever you prefer.
If you can give it to me now, then I can put it in the
Roger, Charlie, in view there at the top of your screen, working his way into the airlock. EV2 Matthias Marr is already safely inside and is working with his crewmate to get Roger Chari back inside.
Okay, so it's, I can start it halfway up there. Over. Okay, your anchor hook is off the floor, D-ring, and attached to my left waist tether.
Ok, então tivemos aí mais uma transmissão sensacional da NASA com essa caminhada espacial, a qual o Maurer e o Rashid completaram com sucesso, já estão aí chegando no airlock, né, para adentrarem a Estação Espacial Internacional. Para vocês que não me conhecem, meu nome é Robson Rodrigues, sou repórter, editor e apresentador aqui do canal Olhar Sideral. Muito obrigado pela audiência de vocês, a todos que permaneceram agora, que deixaram o seu gostei, que deixaram o compartilhamento também, que fizeram o seu compartilhamento. Muito obrigado. Para todos que vão assistir também depois, para você que não é inscrito, se inscreva no canal, marque o sininho de notificações, compartilhe com os amigos. Quanto mais você compartilhar, mais o nosso canal vai ter notoriedade, vai ter relevância, e isso é bom demais para nós, porque vamos ter a certeza de que estamos fazendo um trabalho bacana para vocês. Eu gostaria de aproveitar a oportunidade e já fazer as considerações. Já tivemos aí um problema, claro, técnico, por falta de equipamento, mas agora tudo está restabelecido. Antes de tudo, com o apoio cultural do meu amigo Dr. Ronaldo Borges, que dispensou aí um tempo considerável, todo o seu empenho, dedicação ao nosso trabalho, reconhecimento ao nosso trabalho. Muito obrigado, meu amigo Dr. Ronaldo Borges, pelo apoio cultural ao nosso canal. Obrigado também à Itanet, a maior e a melhor rede fibra ótica da região, que nos apoia culturalmente aqui, nos oferecendo essa internet estável, com qualidade. Aliás, acesse o site www.itanet.com.br e confira os combos e as facilidades que a Itanet tem a lhe oferecer. A Itanet atende a região sul do Espírito Santo, norte e noroeste fluminense, região dos lagos, região metropolitana do Rio, e oferece uma infinidade de combos e facilidades que com certeza atenderão a sua necessidade de comunicação com a maior rede de fibra ótica de toda a região. Estamos vendo aí o Tom já fazendo as fotos, né, dentro do airlock lá, fazendo o preparativo. A equipe já entrou, os dois, o Rashid e o Mauer já entraram dentro do airlock. Acabaram de fechar agora. Ok. Estão dentro do airlock lá. Missão cumprida. Mais uma missão 10. Ok, a gente já ouve aí o meu gato agora miando aqui. São 10 aqui em casa. Repara não, galera, é assim mesmo. Aqui são 10 gatos. Eu gosto tanto aqui que tem só 10. Bom, galera, hoje foi a caminhada de número 80 com os dois astronautas, o Rashid e o Mauer. E eles instalaram mangueiras em um módulo de válvula de feixe do radiador, que direciona a amônia pelos radiadores de rejeição de calor da estação para manter os sistemas na temperatura adequada. E a tripulação também fez manutenção no cabo de energia de dados da plataforma científica Bartolomeu do módulo Columbus. Eles substituíram também a câmara externa, que foi a última de todas as funções agora da missão, de todas as tarefas, na amarração da estação Espacial Internacional, e realizaram outras atualizações também no hardware da estação. Bom, é isso. Mais uma missão cumprida da NASA, e nós também aqui do canal Olhar Sideral. Para quem não me conhece, meu nome é Robson Rodrigues, sou repórter, editor e apresentador aqui do canal Olhar Sideral. Se essa é a sua primeira vez aqui no canal, seja muito bem-vindo. Obrigado pela sua audiência. Nosso conteúdo é de informação e entretenimento sobre astronáutica, astronomia, ciência e tecnologia. Se você gosta desse tipo de conteúdo, então junte-se a nós. Apoie se inscrevendo aqui no canal Olhar Sideral, interaja com os nossos vídeos, com seus comentários. Aproveite para compartilhar, para ajudar na divulgação do nosso trabalho aqui no canal Olhar Sideral. Não se esqueça de deixar o seu like e também de marcar o sininho de notificações para se manter informado sempre que tivermos o conteúdo no nosso canal. Agora vamos estar sempre aqui, tá? Uma máquina 10. Olha, a câmera também está com a qualidade legal, o áudio também está legal, está tudo funcionando, graças a Deus, e graças ao apoio cultural do amigo Dr. Ronaldo Borges, a qual recomendo o canal dele, vai estar aqui também na descrição, tá? Para vocês que têm alguma dúvida na área jurídica, vocês podem acessar o canal deles lá, e já tem muito conteúdo lá, de vários temas jurídicos, e que também você pode fazer as suas perguntas, pode interagir no canal, sugerir pautas. Tá? Bom, é isso. Bom, galera, por enquanto é só. Espero que tenham gostado. Deixo o meu grande abraço do tamanho que nos separa. Minhas saudações a todos que vão assistir mais tarde, que estão assistindo mais tarde, agora, por exemplo. Certo? O meu agradecimento especial à Itanet, a maior e a melhor rede de fibra ótica de toda a região, atendendo ao sul do Espírito Santo, norte e noroeste fluminense, região dos lagos e agora chegando ao Grande Rio. Acesse o site www.itanet.com.br e confira a gama de recursos e facilidades, pacotes, combos. Para você que está precisando de uma internet, olha, tem aí 200 MB, mais instalação grátis, R$ 89,99, com Wi-Fi Nitro e Paramount. Agora, se você já quer uma internet de 600 MB, com instalação grátis, Wi-Fi Nitro, Paramount, Noggin e o Hero, R$ 129,99, tá? Acesse o site www.itanet.com.br e venha fazer parte dessa grande família de itanéticos. Bom, mais uma vez um grande abraço, fiquem todos com Deus na fé de cada um e até a próxima, se assim Ele nos permitir. Tchau, tchau e até a próxima.